Okay, so it's not the route that's marked as underground, it must be the line.
On Twitch, Streamlumens says, PlayCompile is now live streaming software and game development.
Streamlumens.
Procedural tunnels. Finishing London Underground Network in Unity. Welcome to the PlayCompile live stream.
I'm getting rid of this small map, I don't need it. The route doesn't know which line it came from, though. I would need to check the line to see if the line is underground or not. Adding the route. So what I could do, I could make a helper, get line for route. Let's make a helper on system controller. That would be the best thing to do. System controller. So we're going to make a pubic. We're going to make a pubic line get line for root, and we're going to take a root of root. Okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to search so we have a list of routes on system controller. Yeah. But can't we can get it directly from the transform though. It has a reference to the game object anyway. So we could just say root. So root will take us to root. So we can say root transform parent. So we can say transform parent, root parent is literally root transform parent. And then we can do a for each transform child in, and I'm going to need to link the lines root. So we'll declare a transform of lines root. So each child transform is literally the name of the line. there we go. All right, so we now have a helper that will return the line from the root. So then we can declare line check line equals system. I thought it was get line from root. Oh yeah, we need to expose it. Public static line get line for roots. Yeah. Taking a root of roots. Lambda expose and pass to system instance get line for root and pass in root. Good. Now we can do system get line for root, and then here we can say if, what are you doing? If. Why are you putting a capital I on my if? God damn this fucking autocomplete. It's so aggressive. I want the purple if. Yes, thank you. If check line underground. Why is that? It's not the blue if, is it? Oh, we don't say if. We just say check line underground. Yeah, what am I even doing? You don't say if. If's from like 1942 programming. I don't know where the if came from. I just woke up. All right. I say if when I'm typing it, but you don't actually type if, because if is sort of assumed in C#. Ah, boy. Okay, so what that should do, I should be able to destroy all my tunnel mesh and regenerate it, but it should only regenerate lines that are underground. Okay. I also don't want sleepers on these ones. Okay, so let's zoom out and come out of the map. Right. We're going through in order. So which routes do we have? So let's turn our tunnel meshes off for now. We'll keep our lines. So far I've done Bakerloo and Central. So I need to make sure I'm only doing underground lines. So I need to make sure that my data is correct. Is there no way just to copy those and then paste them in a notepad? No. It'll be easier just to type them out then. Waterloo and City might be overground. Hammersmith and City, I believe, is overground. National Rail, I believe, is overground. I think Northern might be overground. Now I have Northern linked as underground. Where does it go? Yeah, it must be because it goes to King's Cross and Northern Castle. I suppose it could be overground. It's probably not though. And I think District is overground. I've got it marked as underground right now. Maybe District is underground. Oh, Docklands is overground though. Yeah, Docklands is overground. Okay, so I think that should be correct. So the only overground lines, I think, should be Docklands, Hammersmith and City, and National Rail. Alright, let's ask Jibbity. Jibbity will know. Jibbity will know. Jibbity. Jibbity. Alright. Short answer, no. There are a few important corrections and one conceptual distinction you should apply if your goal is only put tunnels where underground trains actually run underground. Below is the accurate classification followed by guidance that matters specifically for tunnel placement. Now, I don't care about tunnels that there may be some lines that go underground and overground and like kind of like go through both. I will handle the overground section separately if I decide to do it at all. Let's just see what it says. Correct classification of London rail systems. London Underground official tube lines. All of the following are London Underground, not overground. Hammersmith and City is underground. Interesting. Okay. Hammersmith and City is underground. Okay. So your underground list is missing Hammersmith and City, which should be included. Not London Underground. These are separate systems. Docklands. Suburban Rail Network, e.g. North London Line, East London Line. Not the same thing as overground sections of the tube. Yeah, that's why I don't have them included. Why are you even mentioning them? National Rail. I thought Docklands what? Docklands should be DLR. Docklands Light Rail as its separate systems. Automated light rail, not part of the tube. Well, it's just on the London Underground map. I'm recreating what's on the London Underground map. Like, if it's not part of the Underground, then why the fuck is it on the Underground map? Like, it just doesn't make any sense. Like, I don't want to argue semantics. I just want to make sure that I don't, like, I want it to make some kind of sense, right? For tunnel placement, you should not think in terms of underground versus overground lines. Well, how else am I going to fucking think about it? Instead, the real distinction is deep level tube lines, true bored tunnels. These run almost entirely in circular tunnels deep underground. Bakerloo, Central, Jubilee, Northern, Piccadilly, Victoria, Waterloo and City. These are the classic tube tunnels people picture. Subsurface lines cut and cover, often shallow or open. These lines are underground by organisation, but not always in tunnels. Circle District, Hammersmith and City, Metropolitan. That's interesting, actually, because I did put the Circle line above all the others. It's the one that's closest to ground right now, just because I have to layer it. And it just so happened to be the order that I did it in. They frequently run in shallow trenches, run in open air, run alongside National Rail, enter short tunnel sections only in dense areas. If you place continuous deep tunnels for these lines, it will be geographically incorrect. Yeah, I mean, I'm not trying to, like, replicate it one to fucking one here. I just basically, I'm going to have two train systems. Practical recommendation for your Unity build. For tunnel generation, always generate tunnels. For Bakerloo, Central, Jubilee, Northern, Piccadilly, Victoria, Waterloo and City. Conditionally generate tunnels for Circle, District, Hammersmith and City, Metropolitan. Only in dense central sections, otherwise surface or trench. So basically what you're saying is all in tunnel, partially in tunnel, and overground. So far we've done Bakerloo and Central. I think DLR is just Docklands. Are the conditional tunnel line stations all underground though? If not, I may need to separate my underground to overground distinction at the station level. Okay. Are the conditional tunnel line stations all underground though? If not, I may need to separate my underground overground distinction at the station level. Current tasks: procedurally create all tunnel meshes. Manually add platforms at station stops. Current plan under versus over. Station stops on journey underground. Display animation of passenger changing trains underground. Station stops going from under to over. Display animation of passenger walking out of subway and into ground level station. Station stops journey over to under. Display animation of passenger walking down into subway and boarding train underground. You can see how I need to be sure I get these distinctions right for my plans moving forward. Yeah, thinking about this in exactly the right way. The short critical answer is no. The conditional tunnel subsurface lines do not have all stations underground. You must make the underground overground distinction at the station level, not the line level, for geographic correctness. Fuck. Okay. Good job, I've cleared this up now then. Below is a clear implementation oriented breakdown aligned with your current tasks and plan. In that case, I should probably give it a list of all my stations then. Okay, so let's get this distinction right. So GBT is saying it sounds like some of these partial lines do actually have stations overground. And other stations underground. So we need to make sure our splines are correct. I mean, roughly correct. Okay. So that changes everything. So right now, our line class is marked as underground trough, false. Now, if we rip this out, how many things does it break? Let me just mute it for now. Okay, it only breaks this, thank God. That's fine. I can live with that. I just put that into there. Okay. That's good. We haven't relied on it up to this point. That's actually good. So we can safely rip that out of the line class. And we want to add to the station class let's put line on train because it's train related. Route is kind of train related. I mean, I don't know why I made a train folder. It's all, at the moment, everything's train related. Let's just leave it for now. Station. So a station could be underground or overground. So public bool underground equals true, we'll assume. So most of them are, given that it's the London Underground we modeled this from. Okay. So now a station is marked as underground true or false. So now what I need is a new tool of dump stations. So let's create a dump stations script in tools. Also, let's get some music on. Okay, dump stations. So we'll start with a public transform of stations route, and we'll do a void on enable, and we'll do a for each transform child in stations routes, add system IO. Okay. That thing loves torturing me. No matter what I have disabled in my fucking hierarchy, it decides to like open itself up every single fucking time I hit save. It was doing it on the original small map, so I deleted it, and now it's doing it on like fucking Tunnel Jewelry because I've got it disabled. Why it does that, I have no idea. That's so fucking weird. Whatever. Little Unity quirk, I guess. Super annoying. Alright, let's run that so we can get our stations. Okay. Thank you for clarifying this. I've moved the underground bool to the station level. Can you help me by listing all the above ground stations from all my stations for me so I can author this somewhat correctly? Here is a vetted list of which of your listed stations are above ground surface level versus those that are underground or deep level. Some of the stations that look tube-like are actually at service level when trains serve them on the Metropolitan, Central and other lines. These are above ground for nearly all of their platforms. Amersham, Chesham, Epping, Ealing, Broadway. Yeah, I suppose I do. I can picture that. Like, I've seen many TV shows where you see people getting on the tube and it's like the sky's there and it's just like a platform on the ground. Yeah, that does sound... There's a lot more of them than I realised, though. Also, above ground segments may dip or share cut and cover sections. These tend to be surface in magnitude compared to deep tunnels. Platform is largely not deep underground. Barking, Lewisham, North Woolwich, Woolwich Arsenal. Cockfoster's made it go. GBT's going crazy for Cockfosters. Maybe just wanted to jump on. Okay, I'm gonna stop those jokes. Wanted to jump on it multiple times. It's just funny how it kind of glitched. Cock. I think GBT's what can we say? Okay, I do like. I'm not bothered about it being like every fucking single square meter of this has to be technically correct or anything, as long as it like roughly makes sense. Because the thing is, you're not like, for most of the journeys, all you're gonna see is like endless fucking tunnel, and then the only indication you'll get of where you are is like an overhead map, an overhead mini map. And when platforms with train stations come up. So as long as the transitions So I'm going to need to invert the selection then. Yeah. Because these are all marked as underground. Oh yeah, they're all marked as underground already. Yeah, so I need to select the ones that it says, which is Amersham, Chesham, Epping, Ealing Broadway. I'm not sure why it went out of alphabetical order there. Edgware, Harrow and Wealdstone, High Barnet. Fucking hell, there's a lot of them. Mill Hill East, Morden, Richmond, Stanmore, Upminster, Uxbridge, Walthamstow Central, Wimbledon, Watford. Apparently, that feels like more of them than... Isn't that more than half? Okay. These are not underground per se. I swear that's more than half of them. That's interesting. So the Heathrow terminals are underground. I mean, it keeps saying Cockfosters should also be part of Overground. Yeah, I swear that's more than half of them then that are ground level. So why is it called the fucking London Underground then? Oh boy. Fuck me. This becomes way more complicated than... I mean, like I said, I don't necessarily... Like, it's not like I want every square meter of this to be 100% accurate or anything. But, like... See, now I have a problem, right? Where... Let me sanity check the networks that I've made so far. So we've done route A off its spline for Bakerloo. Bakerloo goes from Harrow and Wealdstone. So what I'm going to need to do is add a new inspector that's not locked and stick it in this column here. Right, that way I can inspect each station. So Harrow and Wealdstone is, according to this, overground. So well, ground level, right? So our very first station on our original line should be overground. So this should actually be at ground level. Then we move on to Paddington, which should be underground. So we're going to need to elevate Harrow and Wealdstone. So I'm going to have to figure out what ground level's meant to be. So I desperately need to I desperately need to correctly distinguish what ground level is going to be. so that I can take lines in and above and underground. Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Okay, for sanity's sake, I think it makes sense if ground is at 0, right? If our y goes negative, I mean that just makes the most sense, right? If our y goes negative, we go underground. If our y goes positive, okay, I'm just gonna turn this music down because I need all my brain power right now. Okay, so I'm at a point now. So here's one of the issues with this project is already we've got 2 networks, right? And we have these intersecting lines, right? So in order to create the intersecting lines, I've had to elevate one of them so it goes above the other one. And in fact, I think there's an intersection here somewhere, yeah, where there's like 3. So I was already kind of wanting to do this. Because lines will intersect otherwise, I've had to elevate. There's another intersection there. So that the tunnels don't hit each other, right? The tunnels have to be separate vertically. So I now have, even with 2 networks, because the lines intersect so many times, I now have 3 layers of verticality in the network. And that's with 2 lines. And I've just had to guess where the verticality starts and stops. That's not going to work given how complex this is. I need a system where I know exactly how deep I can go and exactly how high I can go to separate the layers of abstraction of verticality, right? So if we say the ground level is at 0, which I think we should, let me back this up. It's time to really gut some of this stuff out. It's time for some major changes. So it's time for a backup, I think. So we'll get rid of copy 2. We'll make copy 2 and we'll back it up. So my next job is to create 2 pretend tunnels. We're going to create a spline of a few meters long. And we're going to generate some tunnel mesh along them. And then we're going to I'm wondering if I should do this mathematically rather
Since
than
advertisements on Twitter
by
are
dragging
imminent,
transforms in the
I
editor.
will engage in some comical discourse. Doctor, you've got to help me. I'm addicted to Twitter, Doctor. I don't follow you.
Because also at the stations, and this is how it works in real life, also at the stations, they have flaws, right? So they've clearly done this when they've engineered the real thing, right? So if I load the project back up, you'll see that there's like 2 vertical layers. So if you look at the stations, right, there are several. Okay, that's just a Unity glitch. There are several lines passing through most of the stations. Like King's Cross, for example, right, has the Metropolitan line, the Northern line, the Circle line, the Victoria line, and the Hammersmith and City line. That's 5 lines that pass through it. That's likely 5 layers of verticality, because each line will be on its own vertical intersection. I don't know if 5 sounds like a lot. It depends where those lines intersect. But potentially that means I may need a potential stacking factor of up to 5 stations. So also, if I decide to model these stations so you actually can walk to and from platforms, they're going to need to be separated by things like stairs, lifts, escalators, just like they are in real life. So I need a standard unit of measurement that says, okay, this is how big a tunnel depth is, like floor. Like we've got to think about this as like floors. So like it's almost like basement 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? So most of it's underground. But each floor needs to be a specific height so that once I create an asset for, let's say, an escalator that covers that amount of vertical space, I don't want one station where the escalator needs to be bigger and another station where the escalator needs to be smaller, because the vertical layers are different sizes. They need to all match the same size so that there's like a standard unit of measurement. So the first thing I'm going to do, let's come over here and let's create a sphere. I'm going to use these as points. We're going to put it at Y0 so we can measure it. Let's bring it back to something a bit more sensible as well. 200 by negative 100. So it's like more in the map. Right, there we go. So that sphere is now inside the map, literally. But we can just see its little nipple poking through. Ooh. Ignore me. I'm an idiot. Right. Okay, so let's make a tunnel. By lining up some points. So I'm going to call it tunnel tests, and I'm going to put a build spline on it. It's not really the tunnel. Spline test. Yeah. Okay. I'm going to give it these points in its auto build. We're going to hit run, and it'll generate a spline for us. Okay, we now have a spline. And a fucking mess. There we go. Get rid of that. Okay, so we now have a spline with 5 control points, 33 sample points. Empty auto build. From this spline, we need a tunnel test. Fucking Unity, will you just put it at the Put it at the fucking root level, you piece of shit. Tunnel test. With a real mesh generator. There are 3 steps involved here. We have the spline generator step, then we have the rail generator step, and then we have the tunnel generator step. Okay, so now we make a... So really this is a rail test. Shit. Okay. Rail test has a rail mesh generator script on it. Rail mesh generator script wants the spline. So the spline is this. There we go. The rail material is the rail material. Railway rail. Sleepers, sure. Sleeper prefab. Sleeper. Generate. Okay, it would have generated it, but it's mostly underground. So this object here, let's just turn this off for now. Where's the rail? Something went wrong. Something is wrong. Also, my tunnel generator. My tunnel generator finds roots and then generates tunnels from roots, but we don't have a root because this is a test scenario. So I've almost my mistake there, I guess. I don't know if you call it a mistake. I guess I've authored the tool too. I've integrated it too well into my simulator that now I want to use that tool for something outside of the... I mean, it's still the train simulator, but it's, you know, we don't want a route for this. We're just trying to line things up. That's all we're trying to do. That's now become difficult because in order to generate the tunnels, I need a route to generate them from. I guess we're going to have to create a fake route, I guess. It's kind of good to be that integrated because it means that all your, you know, all your jigsaw pieces need to be in place for the thing to work, right? So it makes sure all the jigsaw pieces are there. But the problem with making sure all the jigsaw pieces are there, it's like saying, you know, I'd like to borrow the stapler, please, Ken. And Ken's like, have you filled out a stapler borrowing request form? Just loan me the stapler, Ken. No, I'm afraid I can't do that because I need a stapler borrowing request form. You know, and then you start, give us the form. I'm afraid we don't have any forms. You need to fill out a stapler request form in order to obtain a stapler request form. Do you know what I mean? And you're just like, Jesus Christ, Ken, I just want to borrow the stapler. Just give me the stapler. It's like, that's kind of where I'm at. It's like, I need to now create 15 systems just to test one. But yeah, that's how this goes, I guess. And I just kind of want to borrow the stapler, you know, but yeah. Okay. Where is my rail? What am I forgetting? What am I missing? It says we have rail mesh. What the fuck's it doing over there? Wait, what? Oh, I know what it is. Right, okay, I know what it is. Yeah, no, I did learn this. It's because we need to zero out all of our... What? What is happening? What the fuck is going on? Why is that over there? I have my points here, but my mesh is showing up over there. Does this have a parent I'm unaware of? This might be parented. Did I accidentally put it on big? It's not on big model. It's not. It's at the root level. Oh, I guess no, it's because I need to rebuild the spline. Right, I need to rebuild the spline after zeroing out the points. And then when I generate the rail mesh, it should be lined up. If it's not lined up now, I'm going to scream. Ah! I told you I was going to scream. What the fuck is going on? Why is that not like? Why is that over there? Oh, missing build spline. Oh yeah, because the spline changed. Oh my god, it just wants to be over there. Why does it want to be over there? Oh, I don't need this. I don't need this. I got too much to do. This isn't supposed to take this long. I just want to line the tunnels up and see how deep they are. Why is my mesh over there? Why is it over there? I am very confused. Railways is 0, 0, 0. That's at 0, 0, 0. Ah, okay. I wonder if it's because big model's at an offset and we accidentally coded it to work off that offset because that's the offset that the main parent's running on. I kind of want to know now if that's the reason. That would be weird though, right? So that would need a parent. So let's call this test A. Let's give test A the same transform that Big City has, that Big World has. Then let's parent that. I mean, really though, That lives on a separate parent. So really, that would be at the root level like that. And then that would be real test A. I'm just trying to recreate everything the way it is currently working to see if I can figure out what the hell is actually happening. I don't like not understanding things. Okay, now let's run. Oh, we didn't auto build. Oh, also, yeah, we didn't auto build the spline because I forgot to put them in auto build. Okay, that's probably why. That's actually probably the real reason why. Yeah, yeah. I thought I auto built, but I didn't. It's probably why. Oh, Unity, why? Why do you do that? So fucking annoying. Right, get rid of that one. This is spline test A. Now our rail test wants spline test A. Then we regenerate. Yay! It's making sense again, thank God. Okay, right. Yeah, so what happened is I forgot to add auto build back in when I wanted to rebuild it. And so I thought it rebuilt, but it actually didn't. So it's probably got nothing to do with the parent transform coordinates because we're using world space, so it shouldn't matter. Okay, so we have a rail based on those spline points. It's a straight track, which we're going to generate a tunnel around, and then we're going to rinse and repeat and do the same thing for a second tunnel, and we're going to measure the vertical distance that we need between tunnels so that we know where to place them vertically when they intersect and how big our station floors need to be when you go up and down stairs to get on different lines. Okay, so yeah, the problem now is we only generate tunnel mesh by looking at journeys. Oh boy, this is going to be fun. Routes, sorry. So we go in, what we do is we go into the routes. We look at the line that each route belongs to. Well, we were looking at the line to see which route that belongs to, but we just changed it, right? Shit. Hang on. This is the distinction we're trying to change right now, though. So it's kind of awkward. Where is my tunnel curves script? There it is. Right. Visual Studio, stop butchering my scripts, please. Right. For now, I'm just going to put that back as if find spline is not null. Otherwise, we get issues because not every route has spline data yet because I'm still building it. So if find spline is not null, build spline, check spline, route, transform find spline, get component, build spline. So what does all this mean? What this means is we need to create a fictional test route. Well, let's call this test routes. Then we need to create a route A and a route B. They're actually going to run perpendicular to each other. Root. Okay. The next problem is... Actually, I don't think the tunnel mesh generator won't care about this, though. Yeah, the tunnel generator shouldn't care about this, though. We're supposed to have station stops to define a route, but... Yeah, but the tunnel mesh generator shouldn't give a shit about that, because it doesn't use it. Okay, so we should be alright. We shouldn't have to add stops, I don't think. What we do need to do is add our spline to our test route. And it needs to be called spline. Alright, won't work. Right, so now we need to create a second spline. To be honest, I can just copy it because we just want the same thing. Yeah, that should be fine. Then we should get 2 tunnels. I don't think it cares about the rails either, to be honest. Yeah, the rails don't really come. They're just a visual thing. Okay. This is where things could go dreadfully wrong for us, because we're going to have to delete. It should be fine. We're going to have to delete all our tunnel meshes. Alright, let's do it so that we get the new ones. So I'm going to delete all my tunnel meshes. I'm going to delete my tunnel mesh objects. And we're going to generate... Okay, this takes a little while. So what we do is we enable the script and it'll freeze probably. No, it'll give us an error. Unassigned reference. The variable lines route of system has not been assigned. True. But we're not using it yet, are we? I use it in that new helper, but I'm not using the new helper yet, am I? Am I using the new helper? Okay. Generate. Alright, so now it's building meshes. There they are. There's our test routes. We're going to copy that and paste it. All our meshes should now be in here. Yeah. There's our new meshes, so we can delete that one. And they are permanently here. So here we go. Here's our tunnel. Right. What we do, or have been doing, is because the tunnel generates around the rail and the rail is in the middle. That's not quite correct. So we move this up by 9 units. Actually, it's already moved up by 9 units apparently, but it doesn't look like it is. So that's kind of strange. What? Oh, I know why. Oh, shit. We generated... because I'd moved the previous generation up 9 units. 9 units has now become 0 units because we generated the mesh on a game object that was already at 9 units. So what that means is we now need to move up to 18 units to raise it by 9 units. So the mistake I made, I guess, was I should have reset the parent back to 0 when I generated the mesh. I might write that in the code actually, because I know I'll forget otherwise. So I want to say this transform local position wants to equal a new vector 3 of 0, 0, 0, 0. Reset its transform. Okay. Yeah. Otherwise we're gonna stack, and before long our ground will be up to like 1,000 or whatever. Because it's gonna take obviously multiple runs before we get everything exactly the way we want it. So I'll manually set it to 0. I'm gonna delete these objects. I'm going to delete my meshes again. We're going to run it again and just make sure everything is correct. I guess we could move it down. That might be better actually. We could move it down to -9, generate the mesh, and then instead of moving it up to 9, then we set it to 0. But these are tunnels. So even that doesn't really make a whole lot of sense. I mean, the meshes are generated from the splines anyway. So it's a relative distance problem. It's not like that's world geometry or anything. Yeah, so it doesn't really matter. I think that might make the most sense to set it at -9 because we know we're going to move it up by 9 units. So if we started at -9 instead of 0, then when we move it up to 0. All right, so let's do it again. We're running it at -9. Generate the mesh. And then we move all of the tunnel geometry up slightly so that our rails don't run through the middle. They run closer to the bottom of the tunnel. So all our tunnels move up by 9 units. So they'll sit at 0, 0, 0, which is just a really nice place to be. Because then you treat local space as offsets, which is what we want to do. Beautiful. There's our tunnel mesh. I'm going to copy the generated hierarchy. Pop it back in. There it is. Move it up to 0. And there you go. That all lines up now. Look at that. That's beautiful. That is very nice. I like that a lot. Okay, so if we're happy with our tunnel size, which I think I am. We should have 2 of these now. So we can measure the distance between them. So if I go... yeah, here's the game objects with them on. So there's test route A. Test route B is sat on top of it for now. It's meant to be. The weird thing is, our parent is sat at 0, but all of our children are sat at 9. That's kind of strange. Okay, I'm not sure why that is. So we know it's going to want to be more than 9 units. If we set that to 0, yeah, that's about half a tunnel height. That makes this a little bit annoying. Yeah, that makes this a little bit annoying. Okay, I'm going to set route A to 0, and then I'm going to go -20 would be my guess. 20 is a bit too short. The top of this tunnel pokes through the one below, so that's not enough to stack 2 tunnels. So that's kind of annoying. We could do, I think 22 might do it. 22, does that cover it? I don't know. Still just a little bit too short. Look, we can see the tops of the lights poking through the other tunnel. Okay, so 22 is not going to do it. 23 is a really awkward number though, isn't it? What about 25? 25 is a nice number to work with. Yeah, that doesn't leave too much of a gap. So then inside our station to switch vertical lines, we'd have an escalator that goes up this up or down by this much to change vertical lines. 25, I think, is our magic number. Yeah, I think 25 is our magic number. I think that's fine. That gives us enough space to stack tunnels vertically. Okay. That's what I needed to measure. So 25 is our magic number. So now as we plan out the infrastructure for this, we know that we want we know we're going to need to layer every station. 0 is going to be ground level, and every layer down we want to go negative 25 down. So our first layer becomes negative, so like basement level 1. So here's how it's going to work, right? So we're going to have and we might need to go up to 5 levels down. Looking at King's Cross, there are 5 lines that pass through it, although one of those is probably on ground level. Okay, so I'm going to make this one green for the grass, and these ones are going to be grey for tunnels. And so this is ground. Y position ground is 0. Y position negative 25 is let's call it UG for underground layer 1. Underground level 2. And so on and so forth, right? That would be negative 50. Negative 75, underground, level 3. I think we get it right, etc. Okay, so the next question is... for each station, we need to expand our script. So remember when we dumped stations out, we now need to show every line that each station has so that we can properly oh yeah, we just turned that off. Right, okay. Oh wait, that's not what I'm trying to do. Okay. All right. Run it. There we go. Yeah, I don't know why I did that many line breaks, to be honest. To take one out. It's overkill. Run it. There we go. Okay, perfect. So now we have a list of all our stations and all the lines that pass through them. I do think King's Cross has the most. Okay. Okay. Here's where I'm up to. I've marked stations as underground true or false. I've measured the vertical distance needed to stack tunnels vertically. It is local y minus 25. I need to manage vertical layering by treating them as basement floors. Example, line 1, ground, y0. Line 2, under, y minus 25. Line 3, under, y minus 50. Here are all my stations and the lines which pass through them. I'm trying to calculate the maximum number of layers needed. King's Cross has the most, 5 lines, so I either need 4 or 5 layers deep, depending on if one of the lines is ground level or not. What would you suggest I do next? I think I should assign the vertical index of each line at each station to check everything will line up sensibly. Platform level 0, ground, -1, -2, -3, etc. You're now at the right abstraction level. At this point, the problem stops being London geography and becomes a layout constraint solving problem, and your instinct about assigning per station vertical indices is correct. Below is a concrete implementation ready approach that will scale and stay sane. First, classify what you are actually stacking. Do not think in terms of number of lines at a station. Think in terms of number of underground platforms that must coexist vertically. Key rules grounded in reality but simplified for a game. Surface stations consume no underground layer. Each underground line at a station consumes exactly 1 layer. Different stations can reuse the same vertical index. Vertical index consistency matters
on
along
Twitter
a
are
line
imminent, I will engage in some comical discourse.
more than
What's black
at a
and white and
station.
read all over the newspaper.
Yeah, I know. My spline can move up and down though. Important correction, King's Cross does not require 5 layers. At King's Cross you listed Metropolitan, Circle. Okay, Metropolitan is subsurface, Circle is subsurface, Hammersmith and City is subsurface, Northern is deep, Victoria is deep. In reality and sensibly for your abstraction, Circle, Hammersmith and City, Metropolitan share the same shallow subsurface layer. Northern and Victoria are deeper, separate. Yeah, but the problem is, I mean, there are tricks we can do. The problem is, if I have all 3 of these lines on the same vertical level, then the rails and tunnels will intersect with each other. Now, there is a trick I can do, which I'm going to have to do to a certain point anyway, where I'm going to have to turn routes and tunnels and lines on and off depending on which route you're on, because they do overlap each other and they do cause like visual disturbances with each other. So an example would be right now in my test scenario, right? If we look at the central line, was it the central line? Sorry, not the central line. If we look at, oh, why didn't I get a tunnel for Ealing Broadway? There probably doesn't need to be a tunnel at Ealing Broadway, but there should have been from my dynamic systems point of view. My dynamic system should have made one anyway. Anyway, beside the point right now. This is the central line. It goes from West Ruislip, West Nipslip as I call it, all the way through a ton of stations, right? Waterloo, fucking Bark, Liverpool Street, Stratford, all the way up to Epping. But it also branches off to Ealing Broadway. So the way I handle that is I have one spline which does one route and the other spline which does the other route. But because there's some mathematical inconsistencies in the way the splines curve and stuff, in this problematic area here, there's a lot of, they kind of fight each other, right? They kind of misalign slightly and cause like weird things. They don't look great. We can see it if we zoom in on the track down here, right? So the tracks are here. I'm not sure why the tunnel's not there though. Or maybe I switched the... No, I can't switch the tunnel off. We just generated it. But you can see how the tracks kind of fight each other, right? So that's gonna look like shit, right? If you're on one journey, if you're going from Ailing Broadway and you're going along this tunnel, suddenly you're going to be like, whoa, what the fuck's going on there? Right? It looks kind of shit. So the solution, I think, is because you can't see anything, you're inside a tunnel anyway. We just turn that other route off visually, right? Because we're not on it. If we're not on a route, we don't need to see it, right? So we just show the route that we're on, basically. And then we won't get that sort of weird track misalignment thing, right? So that's what I'm planning on doing anyway. Now I guess because there are all sorts of liberties we can take by making a video game. Obviously we can cheat in any way that we want, really. But from a structural point of view, if I have metropolitan, circle, H and C lines all intersecting at the same vertical level in my game, then those lines and tunnels are going to fight each other. They are going to cause visual disturbances with each other. Now, yes, like I say, I guess I'm probably going to have a system anyway that says, oh, what's that? You're traveling the circle line right now. Okay, let me just switch off all the other lines. Like, you only need to see this line. And we only switch on the one that we only have turned on what's needed. And especially when other lines, like, disturb other lines. And you're not even going to know, right? Because, like, most of the time you're just going to be in a tunnel anywhere. So you don't know, you can't see past these walls. So you don't know what the fuck is going on outside of this tunnel, right? So we could switch everything else off in the game while you're in this tunnel. And just have you traveling through the tunnel until you come out the other end. Because as far as you, the player, is concerned, nothing else needs to exist outside this tunnel, except maybe the mini-map that shows you where you are. So... But I mean, having said that, if that's what we're doing, then we don't need vertical layers at all. We could just put every single line at the same layer. We could make the whole of the underground network completely flat. But we also can't, though, because like it said, right, there are sections where it's underground and there are sections when it's above ground. So like West Nip Slip, I think it said, is ground level. But then station further along the route is actually underground. So at some point we're going to have to transition below ground and above ground. So we are going to need height transitions regardless, even along the same route. Let's keep reading ChatGPT's response. So I don't know how I feel about that. I think it's saying in real life, the Metropolitan, the Circle, and Hammersmith and City lines are all on the same floor. Let me see the map. Let me see the map. Turn off our tunnels a second and turn on the map. Where is my map? Okay, there's the map. Okay, what did it say? Metropolitan Circle, Hammersmith and City at King's Cross. Which one's which? Metropolitan. Well, let's click it and find out. The Metropolitan is the pink one. Okay, so the pink one intersects. See, it would run right through. That's the problem, right? That's exactly what I'm getting at. Circle is yellow, I believe. Yeah, so circle is the yellow one. So sure, those three lines, it looks like, according to the map, those three lines are kind of like adjacent to each other, next to each other. But the problematic line isn't even those three. Okay, are those the three that it's talking about then? Metropolitan. Circle. And I'm guessing the pink one is Hammersmith and City. Yeah, it is. Right, okay, I see what it's saying. If we look at the way the map says it's structured, the map says these three lines run adjacent to each other. But they must, yeah, so I guess here's how it probably works in real life though, right? The bottom line there, which is Metropolitan, runs through the other two lines. So this line here must go either above or below these other two tunnels. Otherwise, it would just run straight through them, right? Which you can't have that. You'd have fucking trains crashing into each other. So the line must change verticality at this point. So what they've probably done is taken the tunnel over or below the other lines where they've needed to, but brought it down to the same level as the other lines for the station, so the station can share the same height for its platforms, which is super smart actually. Yeah, this, like, the London Underground is fucking insane. Like, it's insane levels of engineering. That's actually insane. Like, the amount of thought that must have gone into this is nuts. Okay, so I am feeling a bit better about that now that I see how it lines up. Yes, I guess we can have the stations, we can have these tunnels at the same level. At King's Cross Station. And then we just change their verticality as, you know, as we start having to avoid other tunnels or lines. Or, like I say, we could just cheat. We could also just cheat. It's a video game. We could also just switch those other tunnels off, and then they don't get in the way, right? And you're never gonna know as the player. You're never gonna have a clue. You're inside a tunnel. That's as much as you know. So I guess there's more than one way to skin a cat, right? Why do people say that? That's sick. I wouldn't even want one way to skin a cat. Like, I want to skin cats. Can I just not skin a cat, please? I don't want to skin a cat. I want to skin anything. I just want to make this. Is that alright? Alright. I won't skin no cats, alright? It's no skin off my cat. It's no skin off my cat. It's no skin off my cat. I like that. I'm going to start saying that. It's not a skin off my cat. Oh, fucking hell. Right, important correction. Yeah, King's Cross does not require 5 layers. The 3 lines that run adjacent are on the same level. Yeah, we see that now. Northern and Victoria are deep, so I'm guessing Northern and Victoria is the blue one. Yeah, that one's Victoria. And is the black one Northern? Yeah, the black one's Northern. So they're actually beneath the 3 adjacent lines, apparently. So you would go down in an escalator to get on those lines. But you can get on these lines above. Okay. Sure. In reality, insensibly for your abstraction, Circle, H and C Metropolitan share the same shallow subsurface layer. Northern and Victoria are deeper, separate. So King's Cross needs 3 underground layers, not 5. The same pattern appears at Liverpool Street, Paddington, Westminster, Baker Street, not listed, but same idea. Yeah, Baker Street just wasn't on the map. So I didn't add it. Because I had enough as it is. Introduce a concept you are currently missing but need. You need line depth class, not just underground equals true or false. I strongly recommend this enum. Line depth class, surface, subsurface, deep tube 1, deep tube 2. Yeah, I was already thinking along those lines. Lines, get it? Tunnels, lines. The map, then map lines once. Then map lines once. Circle, subsurface. Yeah, but again, we already, it's going back over now. Now it's saying that we can classify tunnel layers on the line level. We can't. They have to diverge. We already figured this out. We figured this out very, very long ago because they intersect otherwise. You can't just run. Maybe we can test this. That's pretty easy to test, you know. Check it out. Here's what we do. Is this actually the solution? Here's how we test it. Real easy. We copy the lines. And we call it test GPT lines. And we'll bring these up into a different visual space. Okay. All right. So here's GPT's proposal. So we need to figure out what the distinction between these is, right? So it said, well, it tells us the distinction there. It says surface is obviously 0. So let's go and get the 0. Let's go and get those lines. The surface is Docklands and National Rail. So what we'll do, we'll turn them all off and we'll turn them on as we adjust them. So Docklands and National Rail is already at 0, so we'll turn them on. They're ground level. And then the next level down is subsurface. And it's saying subsurface is Circle, District, Hammersmith and City, Metropolitan. Would want to be minus. Now it would be 25, but I'm just going to do 2 because these are like these are the map lines, right? They're not actually the tunnels. I just need a layer of separation. We'll do it at 5. We'll do it at 5. So there you go. I just moved those down one level at 5, -5. Okay, so then the next layer down would be -10 for Bakerloo, Central, Jubilee, Northern, Piccadilly, Victoria, Waterloo and City at -10. Okay. And then I already did surface. It's National Rail Fork would be surface level because it's like it's the same as National Rail. Okay, so that should be all our lines. I think that's too. Yeah, there's too much of a difference there. Let me just fuck. Fucking hell. All right, let's put it. -5 is way too much. We can just do -1 for this. We'll just do -1. Right, so what's safe is National Rail and Docklands. They stay at 0. Then it said Circle, District, Hammersmith and City, Metropolitan, a 1 down. We'll do -1. Alright, then obviously the rest then, isn't it, is at -2. But didn't it mention Deep Tube 2? So if everything can go down like that, then there's no way we wouldn't need a Deep Tube 2. Alright, let's test GPT's theory because I want to see if it's correct. According to GPT, there should be no problems with intersecting lines and tunnels now. Is that correct? Wait, what's this here? National Rail Fork. What's it doing over there? Eh? Eh? I don't just ignore that. It's a little bit of stray spaghetti. You always end up with a little bit of stray spaghetti. Okay. Fuck, is it right? No, there's one. There's one, you lying bastard. See? You lying piece of shit. If I... Oh, but they're ground... I suppose they are... These are both ground though, right? This is really difficult to check. Shut up! Fucking rag and bone. I'll fucking rag and bone you in a minute. No, I don't want to rag and bone him. I rag and bone your sister, you piece of shit, if you don't shut the fuck up. Yeah, she's probably got no teeth. Well, I'm halfway there myself, so it'll be a good match. Right.
Kikiko 10787 says.
No, we've got
Hi,
all
Echo
these
Local.
sections that yeah, so as suspected, GPT is full of shit. GPT thinks that if we put these layers, we'll avoid all intersections. But look at this spider motherfucker here. Hello, Pika. No, that's not true. Look at this one. This one's even worse. Like some kind of fucking car crash waiting to happen. Train crash. Nah. I knew it was full of shit. So we can get rid of those. It's full of shit. So that is factually incorrect. You can't just order the lines vertically like that. It's as I said. I'm always right. It's as I said, there needs to be vertical variations across the lines, which is how I suspect it works in real life. There has to be, otherwise they would constantly intersect with each other. Right, station level vertical index assignment. Your instinct is correct. I know I'm
From a
always
broad
right.
angle, it looked like a maze with more than one exit.
We're not talking about exits, Pika. Station level vertical index assignment. Your instinct is correct. Yes, assign platform level per station per line, but do it deterministically. Recommended algorithm. For each station, start with level 0. No, because the... What are you talking about? Level 0 is ground level. I already told you that. Most of these are underground. That's why it's called the London Underground, in case you didn't notice. Assign surface lines platform level equals 0. If any subsurface lines exist, assign all subsurface lines platform level equals -1. For deep tube lines, assign sequentially first deep tube, second deep tube, third deep tube, rare. This produces predictable human readable results. Apply this logic to your worst cases. King's Cross, lines, circle subsurface, H&C subsurface, metropolitan subsurface. Yeah, but then those lines have to diverge vertically later on. What it reckons Waterloo is the worst case. I think it's just making shit up now. Waterloo has 4 lines passing through it. Jubilee, Northern, Bakerloo, Waterloo and City.
One fact I know about Overfield is there should be a new character on January 1st to pull for her so far.
Yeah, I know this. I couldn't if I fucking tried. I'd have to walk around all of the London Underground with my fucking tape measure if I was gonna do that. I'm gonna do that. And also, like I said, I can cheat by switching off lines that aren't in use at any given moment. Okay, I think my sanity checks all check out. This is still a bit of a nightmare to infrastructure. And we have to scrap what we have at the moment because we're looking at this upside down. Because none of our Y axes were working on the concrete like verticality system that I just came up with. It's even more complicated than that, though, isn't it? Because in real life, right, you can arrive at King's Cross on the surface layer, on the surface level. I know that King's Cross has surface levels because it connects to the National Rail Network. I mean, it's the biggest fucking station in London. But you can also get to it underground. So clearly it has platforms underground and platforms on ground level.
Cappy's new project will soon be called London Underground 2026 at this rate.
Well, yeah, it's fucking... Well, yeah. You think I'm going to finish it in 2 days? Shut up, you fool. How many fucking years does it take them to make Grand Theft Auto and stuff? That's teams of hundreds or thousands of people. I'm one guy. You know, I've done good doing this in less than a week. This is still less than a week of development. This is really good. Right. This is fucking breaking my brain, though. Slightly. Because I feel like I'm going to make mistakes. I wonder if there's like a real world AutoCAD schematic of the London Underground that I could like download and refer to. I mean, again, we just said we're not trying to make it 100% technically accurate. I don't know though, like, because this is so complicated. There are three routes. There are three routes that I can go. Right, I can go complete fucking numpty-headed. You know, give it your best shot, and use all the tricks in the book to like fake it, which would be fine because you most of the time you're not going to see anything other than tunnels anywhere. But even if I want some semblance of like logic and reality, and to try and do the best job I can of this, there is try and work it out myself method, which is kind of where I'm at now. Or there's refer to actual engineering resources to see how it really works in the real world. And although that sounds like overkill, which it probably is, we could still simplify it, right? What it would do is it would save me from having to discover, like, make mistakes and discover problems, because this could get very messy very quick, right? If I could get like days into this where nearly everything is modeled, and then I suddenly realize, fuck, I really should have put Houston here and I chose the wrong level, and I didn't realize this would happen and that would happen, and then you have to like redo it all from scratch, and it could end up taking longer that way. Whereas if I have some, in other words, it's like I have to solve simplified versions of the real world engineering out by myself, and I'm not a fucking engineer, right? Whereas if I refer to actual real world schematics and documents, not only can we match the realism better, but all that work's already been done, right? That's what I'm saying. Less
work to do to fix it anyway.
It's like all of that vertical layering infrastructure is already taken care of, and I've already I get to just like use, you know, the real engineers documents or schematics. I'm actually curious. I mean, it might be overkill, but I feel like that might be something I can do. Is it possible to get real world schematics or something? London Underground schematics. height definition map in PDF format. That takes 15 years to load. My game runs quicker than this. How is this a height definition map though? Man, this is fucking unreadable, this. Can I... What if I download the PDF?
If technology advances fast enough, we could have a game as big as GTA V in less than a month, and so far.
Oh, you're back on that again. Off you go then, go and make it. Go and make it. This is unusable. I can't. What are we even doing? This is ridiculous. YouTube, like fucking YouTube videos don't take this long to load. Why is this so slow? This is actually unusable. Fucking dial-up internet wasn't this slow. How do I force... How do I force a PDF file to download instead of rendering in the fucking browser like a piece of shit? Oh, I can do it like this. Save link as. Is it any more viewable if I actually just download it? I guess it's always, yeah, everybody, that's the weird thing, right? People kind of use... God, when was the last time you actually downloaded Adobe Acrobat or whatever? Is Adobe Acrobat still a thing? Yeah. Fucking hell, how long has it been since you downloaded Adobe Acrobat? It literally is from the dial-up internet days.
Well, I didn't say GTA Roman 6 capping with technology going faster than today would still take a game as big as GTA Roman 6 still 5 years to complete, since it's twice as big as GTA V was.
They're still made by people. People make games, Pico. AI makes slop. People make games. Sure, they can use AI. I'm using AI to help me make my games now, but... And bigger isn't necessarily better. Anyway, we've talked about this. Size has no bearing. In fact, it has the opposite bearing on quality than what you think it does. The bigger the game, the harder it is to keep the quality consistent and good. Look at No Man's Sky. Look at Tower of Fantasy with its big, boring, empty open world maps with nothing in them. If you make a game big... I mean, this is the problem I have. I mean, I'm doing this to technically challenge myself mainly, but I will admit, like, I don't know how fun this is going to be.
Games, and they both oversee each other to make sure it does work without crashing.
I don't know how fun this is going to be because... like, yeah, this is reasonably accurate. But like, how fun is this? It's cool because it kind of like, you know, loosely follows the real London Underground structure. Loosely. I do say loosely. And actually, the stations are roughly where they are in the real world. But it doesn't mean it's going to make a fun and exciting game, necessarily. Right now, this looks like the most boring game ever made. Welcome to Boredom Simulator. Bigger isn't necessarily better, but I'm doing this to challenge myself, right? I've always wanted to make a train system, so I thought, well, let's make the fucking biggest. Like an idiot, I decided to take on... Well, I thought it's because I had a map to work off of, right? I thought, okay. And I am learning a lot by doing this. But it might not become anything, because, I don't know, it's just boring. But I'm having a fucking blast making it, so that's all I give a shit about. And I'm learning a shit ton. But it doesn't mean it's going to make a fun, interesting game. It might be boring as fuck. I suspect it probably would be.
Well, you should play one of the World of Subways games, Cappy, if you really do think that Cappy.
How long? No, Jesus Christ. How long does it take to install Adobe Acrobat in 2025? You can install Wuthering Waves quicker than this. The fuck are we doing in 2025, really, Adobe? It's a PDF viewer. This is insane. How long this is taking. I'm probably the first person to download this in like 20 years. Fucking hell. Do I want to set it as a default for PDF files? Sure, why not?
Well, just like YouTube, since videos upload much faster on TikTok than YouTube anyway.
What the fuck are you talking about? I'm talking about opening PDF files in free trial. You charge money for a PDF reader? Are you fucking kidding me? What are you talking about? A 7-day free trial? 25 quid a month after? Are you kidding me? Are you actually kidding me, Adobe? Jesus, no wonder you got out of business. Oh, you fucking should be. Holy fucking shit. What a joke. Is it seriously not going to let me use it now? Okay, it's letting me use it. And it is much quicker than it is in the browser. That's weird though. Why does... Ugh, I don't know if I like the way that works. So where's the height map? I don't understand. It said it was a height map. Where's the height data? Legend. I fucking hate the way that scroll works. Well, this was a waste of time. I don't see how height plays into this. I guess it kind of shows that that goes
Well,
over
use the free
that.
trial, some say, and then say goodbye to that company forever. And just use their free version instead unless you find an
And it
activation
shows
key
that
for
that
the
goes
online
over
cabbie
that.
instead.
But it's not really easy to read. Where's King's Cross? King's Cross, St. Pancras.
Bangers a mash at
York
Tea Town.
Road. Oh, you said that, yeah, thanks.
I was going to do Dinner Town, but I want to get these jobs done. I'll get the Tea Town.
Right. Waltham Cross. Where is King's Cross on the map, though? What is it pointing at? Oh, there it is. St. King's Cross, St. Pancras. Okay, so these are the lines that we were looking at. Clerkenwell number 3 tunnel. Clerkenwell number 1 tunnel. So it must be these Clerkenwell number 1, 2, and 3 tunnels.
Did you know it was very easy to upgrade your Windows 7 version since there were free upgrade keys online back in the day?
Wow. So what's this? So that's gotta be... That doesn't even match what I'm looking at. If that's that line... I think this black line is that line. Which means only the right part goes through King's Cross. Yeah, Euston. Goes off to Edgware. Should be up here somewhere. Yeah, Northern Edgware. Yeah, I don't see this really helping that much. Okay, what else? What other options do we have? Aldgate. Approximate depth below
Welcome to the
street
London
level is
Underground today
7
as we begin
meters.
our journey to Lidon.
Aldgate. I don't have Aldgate.
Since advertisements on Twitter are imminent, I will engage in some comical discourse. Some people say that comedians who tell
got
one too many
Amersham.
light bulb jokes soon burn out. But they don't know what they are talking about. They're not that bright.
They don't have Amersham. What's the first one they've got that we've got? Bank. Bank. DLR platforms 9 and 10. Northern Line platforms 3 and 4. Northern Line Lower Concourse Subways West End. Two street entrances. That's kind of hard to read though. So it looks like these, so that would probably be escalators that go up to street level. But looking at this schematic, to me it almost looks like this bit is a, if this is meant to go to the ground, this looks like higher up than the ground to me. Well, it just says street entrances up here, I guess. Yeah, so I guess there's a street entrance either side. Then there's one platform that goes down. If this is north, this is off to the west. Westbound. Waterloo and City Line. So if we check Bank. So there's Bank. There's the Waterloo and City Line. Now we've got it running south. But in real life it runs west. I mean, it goes off to the west. It does go west. It starts by going south and then it goes southwest and then it goes west. So maybe they just mean, you know, it heads west. But the compass here, you probably can't see that. There's a compass here which shows that west is this way, as in the platforms to Waterloo and City Line are heading west. But according to the London Underground map, they're heading south. The line goes west, but the platforms themselves are orientated south. So which one's right? Let's find another station that we have. Because if we notice the same discrepancy across the board, it might mean we need to rotate our map 90 degrees. Oh, we've got Brixton. So Brixton, north, east, south, west. Ticket hall, platform 1 and 2. Platform 1 to Stockwell. Well, that's kind of weird. It says platform 2 is also to Stockwell. Why would there be two platforms to go to the same place? It's kind of weird. Where's Brixton? Yeah, so Brixton only has one line going to it because it's like an end station. Northbound, yeah, I guess so. It starts going northwest and then goes north. Original reference files here. "3D Central Line stations redacted." Was it the fucking Epstein files? Bank Monument.
Some say in the past the
Bethnal
London Underground
Green.
was bigger than what it is today.
I thought we could rotate these. Isn't there a way to rotate these? How the fuck do you rotate? Rotate counterclockwise. So this guy did like a Freedom of Information Act and requested this from the fucking Transport Network. Liverpool Street. Platform 2, Metropolitan Circle Line. Platforms 1 and 2. Platform 4. Eastbound to Bethnal Green. Seems lower. I mean, this is actually kind of useful. It's just kind of hard to read. I mean, to me, it kind of looks like this level is higher up. Because obviously these escalators go down, right? But then we have more escalators that go down again. But then there's nothing at this level. So that would suggest that this is like layer 1. This is like layer 2. And this is like layer 3. But it's I find this really hard
all the London Underground station names were inside the London Underground logo
I find this
itself.
really hard to make sense of, like, vertically. I find this really difficult to read vertically. Because this part almost looks like this goes down and this part is the only bit that's higher up. But I don't know, because it's just the way it's drawn. It's like, I don't know whether this is all supposed to be at one height, and then this is all supposed to be at another height, and then this is all supposed to be at another height, or if there's some height variation along here. Like, it's not clear. Yeah, not for construction purposes, no shit. Ah, okay. This might be the part that I need to look at. Approximate depth below street level. The circle line is 7.6 meters below street level. And central line platforms 15.8 meters below street level. Okay, let's go through the stations. So Bank Monument, here we go. This is super helpful to me. This is what I need to look at. Okay. Bank. Wait, am I still on bank?
You could take pictures at every station for reference for your project, just like Rockstar
Pika,
do
why
for
are
their
you
games.
just
Cappy.
fucking constantly fucking... Can you just chill out? Right, bank. So it says depth below street level. This is super helpful to me. Do I have Bethnal Green? No. Bond Street? I actually don't have Bond Street. I feel like I should have Bond Street. I might add it later. Chancery Lane, Gants Hill, Holborn, Holland Park, Lancaster Gate, Liverpool Street. We have Liverpool Street. Oxford Circus we have. It's only 1.5 meters distance between central and the other lines vertically. That's weird. I don't know if this oh, Oxford Circle upper levels, Oxford Circus platform and mid levels. These are the same though, these are the same numbers, so there's no point in making a distinction then. It's the same information. We don't have Queensware, right? No, we don't have Queensware. Redbridge, Shepherd's Bush, St. Paul's, Tottenham Court Road, Anstead. Are these all the same stations? No, these are different stations. Aldgate. We don't have. We've got Edgware. Is Edgware the same as Edgware Road? I would imagine it is. That has a circle line on it. What? That doesn't have a circle line. That's a northern line. Circle and Hammersmith line platforms. Okay, maybe Edgware and Edgware Road aren't the same then. Because my Edgware only has the Northern line going to it. So it might not be the same place. King's Cross. Met Circle 7 meters. Victoria 15.7 meters. Piccadilly has 2 L's here. Piccadilly didn't have 2 L's on my original map, so is it supposed to have 2 L's? Where's Piccadilly? Well, we don't even have Piccadilly Circus. Yeah? That's all. Piccadilly.
Right,
Looks like it does have 2 L's.
you couldn't get this done for us, could you?
Yeah, it does have 2 L's. What would you want?
Top shelf down. Right, I'll let some growth in there. That like to stay there. Have it.
What do you want?
That top shelf getting down. That. Oh, then how you stand to eat here, though.
That's not even one.
Oh, I am.
What are you doing work, aren't you? You're not running about and stuff.
Yeah. I'm always doing that.
Where'd you want?
I'll go to bed now, I think. I'll look and see what it is. Yeah, I have a feeling I know what that is. That was a snowman you made.
Nice. Cobwebs and all that.
Right, now can you put that on there?
Everything on this shelf.
Yeah. I'll give that, go on, get that out.
It's heavy.
Oh, no, good. Who is that? That was a small one. Christmas tree was on that cake. They're empty now, that.
That's got a big heavy candle in it.
I know, but is a shelf empty then?
Yeah. It's 2 separate things.
Give them a you see what they are. Knocking classics. Put down the top shelf. I'll have a look what these are. Keep them on quite a lot of them. Another 2 shells for you, Colin. 2 shells we've just carried out for you. Yeah. What? Yeah, you like to soak all the stuff in here?
Can't even work the same one.
I said them 2 shells we just cleared by yours.
Alright, thanks. Right.
What did you say?
Right, sorry about that. Right, so Piccadilly is misspelled. It does have 2 L's. Small change. Right. Yeah, see there, that's why. Yeah, whoever made this model spelt it wrong, and I was copying them. Look at the mesh. That's why I spelt it with 1 L. I thought it looked weird though. So whoever modeled this misspelled it, which caused me to misspell it because I copied that. Wait, we don't have Victoria Station. Victoria's fucking huge. Almost as big as King's Cross. Well, it's probably not, but it's definitely a main station. Been there loads. Yeah, I don't know. I kind of feel like I should have Bond Street and Victoria at least. We also don't have Piccadilly Circus. Yeah, like we have like some of the stations that the lines are named after, we don't have on here. I'm just wondering if I should add them. Because the earlier I add them, the sooner the infrastructure can all be tied together correctly. All right. Where is Bond Street? This even mentions a line that I don't have. Elizabeth line. Am I opening a can of worms if I add Bond Street, if it has a line that I don't have? I don't know. It was somewhere in one of the earlier replies where it was like, oh, this station, as if it was important. And I'm pretty sure it was Bond Street. I was Baker Street, not Bond Street. Baker Street, yeah, that's the one I was thinking of. I'm getting my stations mixed up. Baker Street is what I was thinking of. Yeah, that one seems like a bigger one. I mean, we have all the lines at this station. Map view. It's kind of near Paddington. Well, I don't even have fucking Paddington, do I? Oh, I do have Paddington. So if it's on the Circle line, then it's probably the next stop after Paddington, I would think. What lets me look there? No, Edgware Road is actually the next one. It depends though, is Edgware Road on the Circle line? Here it says it's on Bakerloo. No, it's still talking about... Oh, this fucking website is ass. It is also on the Circle line. It's on Bakerloo. Man, this is so hard to navigate. I can't be arsed. This is like too much work. I can't even fucking find Baker Street again now. Oh, there it is. It's very hard to concentrate right now. The radio's blasting through the fucking house. Hoover right outside my fucking door. Jesus Christ. Right, I need to just carry on with what we've got. What we've got. I can't be arsed adding any more stations. I do feel like Victoria is the main one, and it's weird that I don't have it. But I mean, at a certain point, you just have to like draw a line. It's just ironic how nearly every one of these fucking stations on this website is one that I don't have. Yeah, there was, out of all of the schematics that they sent that guy, I had 4 of the stations. Interesting, but the title is such clickbait. Every underground station, you have 120 out of 270, less than a half. And then somebody else said, it shows, this is 10-year-old this, it shows all the underground stations. The tube stations that are above ground lack the tunnels to be included in maps of tunnels. Baker Street seems like a very popular... Everybody's asking for Baker Street for some reason. Yeah, like people seem to be going nuts for Baker Street. Like, if you look at these comments, right, this is the weird thing, right? So there are 34 comments about these London Underground maps, right? Out of 34 comments, most of them aren't relating to a specific station. But the ones that are mostly asking for Baker Street. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's fucking crazy. That doesn't sound like a lot, right? But how many of these comments are relating to one specific station? Only a couple. One mention of Blackfriars, one asking for Cockfosters, but like 6 people asking for Baker Street out of 30 something comments means it sounds, it looking at those stats alone, Baker Street is 6 times more fucking in demand and popular than any other station that anyone's asking for. So I don't know, it really seems like I need to add Baker Street to my map. At least. Because I don't know, it seems to be an incredibly popular underground. Like, if people are asking for the Baker Street schematic on this random ass website, I feel like if it's not in my game, I would never hear the end of it. Oh, there's no bit. What? I'd get review bombed. 1 out of 10. No Baker Street. I downloaded this for Baker Street. There won't be downloaded, probably a WebGL game. Yeah, I genuinely feel like I will be what's the word? Crucified if I don't add Baker Street. Right, so all we know is it's northeast of Paddington. It's on the Circle Line. Okay, let's add Baker Street. Let's just get it done. Otherwise, I'm getting review bombed. The problem is, we're supposed to be doing map text. What this means is we can't add Baker Street unless we create text saying where Baker Street is. Because there was none on the original map model. So the only way I know how to do this is to install a very old piece of software that I have in my repo here. Read before proceed. Why? It just says install program, copy, crack, and replace to install directory. Guess we'll live in a fucking zoo. All right, so all this just to create 3D text. Shut up. Okay, so Baker Street is the text we want to add.
Since advertisements on Twitter are imminent, I will engage in some comical discourse. What's the difference between a hippo and a zippo? One is really heavy. The other is a little lighter.
Alright, that should be fine, I think. Is it the same font? Maybe not. It's pretty close enough, though. That looks more like an aerial. It's not that far off. Can we maybe if we pulled it? How do you change the fucking font? That one's to Homer. If we can bold it. Oh, we have to fucking start again. Yeah, that probably matches that a bit more. I don't know. That looks too thick. It's probably that's probably just a fucking aerial, to be honest. I'm obsessing over this way too much. I don't want to look weird. Aerial? What do we think? Is that a closer match? Yeah, because look at the T on Paddington. Look at the T on Paddington. That's fucking aerial. That's an aerial motherfucker, that. I actually prefer to Homer. I think to Homer looks way better. But we got to match the rest of it. Alright, so we're going to put Baker Street at 0. Fucking 0, you motherfucker. Then what we have to do is we have to save it as SketchUp from 2013, I think it is. Text Baker. Then if we go into 3D Exchange, this thing supports SketchUp. There we go. Then we can export it as FBX. Such a pain in the ass, I know. Right, so FBX. I just stick it downloads or whatever. Okay, so now if we go to downloads, textbaker.fbx, models. I'll put it in map. That's materials map. Yeah, whatever, just stick it in models, it's fine. Alright. So now we can add Baker Street. We should probably use that because that's basically what we're looking at is mesh renderer. So actually put it in. Will that still exist though? If we do that. I'll leave it like that. Probably best. What? Shut up. I clicked the wrong thing, that's why. What material is this? Map text. We now have Baker Street. Right. And what did we figure out from the website? It was what of what? It was northeast from Paddington. But it's on the Circle Line. The Circle Line is the pink line, right? That's Hammersmith. See, the Circle Line is the yellow line. It's probably this. That's probably it there. That fucking terminal there is probably Baker Street. Shit. There. I think that's Baker Street. I'm calling that Baker Street. Ain't nobody gonna fucking know. Right, there we go. Nobody knows. Alright, so we've added Baker Street. What else do we need on Baker Street? We need a station script on Baker Street. Baker Street needs to know if it's underground. I believe it is. I don't know, is it? Or is it like one of those overground tube things? Didn't Jiminy tell us? Same pattern appears at Baker Street. The pattern being that there's several... They all say subsurface, so I'm going to say it's underground. I don't know if it's fucking underground or not. It is now. Right. So I can't win, right? You watch. I've gone through all this to add Baker Street to my game. Because 6 people were asking for Baker Street on that website. I feel like I'd have got review bombed if I didn't add Baker Street. But now I'm making it underground. And in real life, it's probably under and over and fucking God knows what. So I still can't win. I'll still have people going, yeah, Baker Street's not actually underground like it is in the game. Game shit, it's not realistic. Shut the fuck up. Kick your fucking ass. But we're trying our best here. Alright, we're trying our best. Alright, I think that's cool. Which lines pass through Baker Street? Bakerloo, Circle, and Hammersmith and City. What do you mean both? Shit. So that's shit. That's 5 fucking lines go through Baker Street. Yeah, no wonder people are going nuts for this station. People going fucking nuts for this shit, man. Going out of their fucking minds, they are like, oh, Baker Street, oh my god, it's so hot. It's so sexy. Oh my god, I love it so much. Simping like crazy for this Baker Street. Simple like no man's business. Alright, let's get it. Let's get it set. Bakerloo passes through it, apparently. That's not Bakerloo. That's a route of Bakerloo. There we go. Line, Bakerloo. Line, Circle, and Hammersmith City. Jubilee. And the Metropolitan. The problem now is, I guess, okay, so now we have to go to every single fucking line and figure out where it appears in the journey as well. So I was reluctant to add new stations at this point, but I feel like people will review bomb my ass if I don't add Baker Street. Is it because of fucking Only Fools and Horses or something? Is that why? Isn't it in the fucking song? No, no, Baker Street, or whatever the fuck it is. I don't know. I fucking hate that for sure. I never liked it. Right, whatever. Is that locked? That is locked. Let's keep that locked. Let's add a new tab of an inspector. Stick it there. So what we have to do now is we have to find every route. There's only one route on Bigelow. So we got to now add... Now we've got to add Baker Street to the route for Bakerloo. God fucking damn it. Right, okay, so it goes from Harold and Wheelstone. Fuck, I lost my thing now. Piece of shit. Piece of fucking shit. There, lock that. Okay, it goes from that to Paddington. It's gonna be next then, isn't it? It's gonna be next. After Paddington, it goes on to Oxford Circus. So it's gotta go. If it goes to Paddington, wait, which line is this? Bakerloo. What calls Bakerloo? Bakerloo comes from. It's grey one. So yeah, the grey one, it has to be Paddington, then Baker Street, then Oxford Circus. So we need to add Baker Street. And we need to measure the distance. We don't know where the fucking distance is. It's going to be somewhere between 10... Right, let's put it at halfway for now. None of these distances are correct anyway. Probably because I've got to rebuild all the geometry anyway. But just so we have something sane in there, let's subtract 1. Wait, is this how I do it? I'm trying to think how I do it. I need to find the halfway point between 1021 and 1653. So we need to add 316 to 1021. 1337, close enough. That'll do. Right. Oh boy. Next. What's next? The circle line needs to get... There's one route on the circle line. It goes from Paddington to King's Cross. So it's going through... The circle line's the yellow line. So it's going to go Paddington to King's Cross. Yeah, it's going to go Baker Street next then, innit? So it's going to go now Paddington, Baker Street, King's Cross. Where's me Baker Street? Paddington, Baker Street, King's Cross. All right, next, Hammersmith and City has one route, Route A. Goes Paddington, again, same difference. Same fucking difference, my friend. It has to be Paddington, Baker Street, King's Cross is what it has to be. Alright? No arguments about it. That's how it's got to be. That's how it's going to be. Jubilee. Why's it got so many fucking lines? Jubilee has one route. Stanmore. Where the frick is Stanmore? Stanmore's up there. Then it goes Westminster, which is way down there. Have we passed Baker Street? We have. So it's going to be Stanmore, Baker Street, Westminster. Stanmore, Baker Street, Westminster. There we go. Oh, people are going to be so happy that Baker Street's in here now. Right. Even GBT fucking asked me for it, basically. Didn't you see that sort of passive-aggressive way that it was like, not listed, but same idea. Not listed. I mean, fucking hell, Jeopardy. All right, I get it. I get it. I should add it. We added it. Metropolitan. Oh my god, there's a million routes. Okay, Chesham, King's Cross, Liverpool Street. Well, let's find Baker Street. Which one's the Metropolitan line? The pink one. Okay. The pink line. Oh, Christ. Oh, Christ. Oh, Christ. Okay, so let's look at it. One comes from Chesham. Then it goes from Chesham to King's Cross to Liverpool Street. Again, it's always going to be before King's Cross because it's kind of near King's Cross. Yeah. So wherever, I think the rule is, wherever we see King's Cross, wherever I see a King's Cross, I'm gonna go to Baker Street first. That's basically how it goes. Alright, so back, Metropolitan, Route B, same rule. Route B, from Amersham to King's Cross. So it's going to be Amersham, same again, Baker Street, then King's Cross. Baker Street. I think it is. I think it's fucking Only Fools and Horses' fault. Route C, same again. Route D, same again. Route E goes from Uxbridge to Liverpool Street. Uxbridge. Yeah, it's going to go past Baker Street as well, probably. Yeah, I can see why Baker Street's such a slow... I mean, it's so popular. It's because every fucking line goes to it. Alright, we did it. Baker Street is should now be set, I think. It should now be pretty much set. It's in every journey. It's every line. Yeah, it's accessible on every line on every journey. I did this one, didn't I? Yeah, Jubilee, yeah. Okay. So it should be good now. Did we have a schematic for Baker Street? Let me just check the schematics again. .3D maps of every Oh no, we already know it's not there because everybody lost their fucking shit. Everybody lost their shit that Baker Street wasn't in here. Everyone absolutely lost their fucking shit. There was chairs flying in the fucking comments and everything. It was absolute fucking mayhem. Everyone went fucking nuts that Baker Street wasn't in there. So we're not missing anything. All right, so what have we achieved? I don't know. Today's been a weird day. Because I feel like I've spent 3 hours and 40 minutes looking at maps. Or I have really. I almost feel like I've been procrastinating. And my hands have been up here the whole time, so I haven't been doing that. No. I managed to gather some data from 4 stations, big whoop. No, but it is kind of helpful, right? Because it lets me see that district is above central. So we need to order these in terms of like, okay, that one's at the highest level. It's like that, right? So these would be the levels of depth. So yeah, I think GBT is absolutely right. Yes, they fit very cleanly into the depth categories you have defined, provided you treat those categories as bands, not absolute depths. What your real-world data confirms is not a flaw in your plan, but an important design truth. London Underground depth is continuous and locally variable. Your game model must be discretized. I'm going to take a shit. That's disgusting. Below is how to reconcile reality with a robust procedural system. What your data actually proves and what it does not. Your measurements show three important things. Depth ordering is consistent. Subsurface lines are always shallow. Deep lines are always deeper. DLR can be deepest. Exact depths vary along a line. Circle met are not flat planes. Deep lines undulate. Some deep lines share deep bands. Oxford Circus, Bakerloo and Victoria are core level. This is expected and useful. What it does not mean, you do not need continuous Y variation along tunnels. You do not need per station absolute depth fidelity. Reframe your depth model correctly. Surface 0 to 5 meters. Subsurface 5 to 12. Deep tube A, deep tube B, deep tube C. But don't forget, we're using a depth of 25, right? The tunnel needs 25 units to not intersect another tunnel. So this is really 0. This is minus 25. This is minus 50. This is minus 75. And this is minus 100. So I'm going to create a class called Platform Depths. It's structural only. We need an enum. Shit, how you set up an enum again? I thought you used... That's weird. For some reason, I thought you used standard parentheses. And then you end on a comma. Eh? What am I doing? Oh, you don't put it in quotes. Ah, okay. Can't have a dash. I don't know, is there really... I don't think... an enum doesn't really make sense here. As soon as you start, like, adding numbers to an enum, do you know, like, this kind of shit? Like, deep level 1, deep level 2, deep level 3. Just use levels, then. Just use integers. What's the point in making an enum? It's not like it has any real world. It's not like everybody knows. Like, I could call these whatever I wanted, right? I could say, like, slightly deep, moderately deep, very deep, super deep, but it doesn't mean anything. It's just a weird ass way to classify it. At that point, you might as well just use integers. That's the way I see it. So depth is going to be... all it's going to contain is a Y offset, I think, as far as I can tell. Because then what I can do is... I'm just going to call it ground and then go... I'm actually going to literally treat it like a hotel. Basement 1, basement 2, basement 3, basement jacks. I don't know how many layers deep we need to go. So then we can set that one to minus 25. That one to minus 50. Minus 75. Minus 100. I think 5 levels is enough. I don't think we need to go any deeper. Just in case. Fine, we will. And then B5 we'll do minus 125. Okay, so now this is where things get a little bit weird. Not enough memory resources are available to process this command. What the fuck are you talking about? What you talking about, fool? What you talking about, boy? Is it Adobe trying to charge me money? Eating all my memory? Probably. Unless we've got a memory leak. We haven't got a memory leak, have we? Nah. I was worried maybe Agent Miko had a memory leak, but she set it around 720 meg. She's fine. Nah, we got no memory leak. Okay. So let's take a look at our real world data again and see how we can fit this into our model. So we know the depths of the platforms at specific stations, which might help us somewhat match this up with the real world a little bit. Not like pound for pound, but, you know, roughly in terms of where things are laid, which may be helpful. It certainly doesn't hurt to know this stuff and add it to the model. But what we are specifically marrying... Oh, Suomi. I already married her. I married Bentley as well now, though. It's kind of weird. I had a spare ring. What was I supposed to do with it? Waste it. I wasn't going to waste it. But anyway, we're not talking about my polygamy in Girls Frontline 2. What we're really marrying is we're marrying stations and lines as platforms. So we're missing some data. Or does it tell us the platforms? There isn't a single list of all platforms. I bet the fucking is, you lying piece of shit. You lying bastard. You lying piece of shit. AI lies. Constantly. Constantly. Right, what's our first data point? Our first data point is bank. So let's look, let's find bank. Is it not on the official website? Does it genuinely not tell you a list of platforms? Oh, what about this one? This one's even different. Even differenter. It's even differenter. Oh, it's the same fucking one. Lies! Alright. List of platforms at bank. Those aren't platforms, those are lines, you piece of shit. Stop lying to me. If platform is the abstraction of the category, or whatever we would call it, right? The entity that marries lines that we can assign levels to and at stations, then platform is the class that I want to create. And I'd like it to also, if I can be so noble, it would be nice if the platforms actually match the platforms in real life. I'm finding it surprisingly difficult to just get a list of platforms for a station though, which I find kind of odd. Bank has 10 platforms. So we might have to make this up then. Maybe in the real world, platforms, because I think platforms aren't like, they're not, no, because platforms are tied to lines though. That's what I'm trying to ascertain. I know that journeys will change platforms, right? It's like a gate at an airport or whatever. We'll use platform 6. But why are we using platform 6? Because platform 6 is tied to the jiggle line, right? Or whatever. And the jiggle line happens to go to Boobington, which is where you're headed, right? For example. So that's the part I'm trying to marry up. I'm not necessarily saying that it would work like that in the real world, that you'd always depart on the same platform or whatever. So I think I can assume at the bare minimum, I'm going to need a separate platform for each line. Hello, Pika. I need a separate platform for each line. So we'll just create like platform 1, 2, and however many we need. I think that's the way to solve this. Fucking hell. So stations...
It's lucky you didn't call it the giggle line.
No, that's silly. That's silly, Pika. I will not do such silliness. Right, what we'll do is we'll duplicate that, because I would rather, if we're adding children to these, I don't want this one to have its own separate children, or it's going to ruin my one child, single child policy. Yes, I am China. I am China. If I delete that now, does that stay there? Oh, it does. Okay, that works for me. I am now China. I've implemented a single child policy for each station that it will abide by. Oh, I will kill it. Okay, maybe I won't kill it, but I'll delete it. There you go. So we still have our Baker Street text. That just looks slightly different than the others though, doesn't it? Let me make it a bit bigger. I just want to be a bit bigger. Yeah. Otherwise people will review bomb me still. Hey, he made Baker Street text smaller. Oh, he's got something against Baker Street. Okay, so each station wants a list of platforms. But it's a many-to-many relationship, right? Oh, this is so complicated. Yeah, I mean, technically, because here's the other thing that I'm not doing in my game that you would do in the real world. In the real world, I think you have, well, it depends, but I think you'd have two lines
Well,
so that they can go in two different directions. Your platforms would probably be on opposite sides of the tunnel, so that you board the train on one side of the line to go in one direction. You board the train on the other side of the line to go in the other direction. My game doesn't need to worry about that, right? Because it's just, there's only ever one train. So essentially we use the same line to go in both directions. So we don't need two platforms, one on either side. I think that just overcomplicates things. What we do need is, it's a one-to-one relationship between the line and the platform. So actually, I think what we've created here is yet another problem. If we have one platform per line, then a platform should contain the line and the depth. Or could a line contain a platform? Either way, we need to abstract another layer deeper. Doesn't matter which way around we do it. Yeah, I think platform stores the line. Fuck. It's getting more and more complicated. Okay, that makes sense. So we have a platform which contains a line.
At least your train system is more complex than the one over here.
A platform contains a line and a platform depth. Yeah. Okay. So a platform contains a line and a depth. And now I need to dump all lines. I think don't I have this data already? Yeah, this is all lines attached to a station. Lines will no longer be attached to stations. Platforms are going to be attached to stations, and platforms will contain said lines. But luckily we have the information here. Except we don't, because we added a new station. So let's dump our new stations, because we have a new station now. Baker Street. Boom. There's our new stations with all the lines. Okay, beautiful. Because we need to restore this data when we change it now. But now a station contains, rather than a list of lines, it contains a list of platforms. But given that my... Fuck, this is getting complicated. Given that my platform is to serve a line, I should name the platform after the line. I should name the platform after the line. Yeah.
One fact about train stations is that in some countries the station platforms are on opposite side along a train line, so depending on the
I already
station you
covered that.
exit the train from
game
different
doesn't
doors.
need it. Already covered it. This isn't real, Pico. Got enough to do. Right. It's not really a fun fact. It's more an obvious fact. Right. Amersham. Right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to list each platform as a child of... I'm going to list each platform as a child of... Oh, I don't even need to lock it because we know that this is going to be Metropolitan. And then I can assign a platform depth. Okay. Okay, brilliant. We're doing great. So Baker Street has Bakerloo. I'm breaking my single child policy, but that's not what I meant. I just meant a child will be of a certain type. Bakerloo. Circle.
At least in the London Underground the train station platforms are on the same side along the whole line it goes down. Since advertisements on Twitter are imminent, I will engage in some comical discourse. If you see a robbery at an Apple store, what were you in a witness?
Fuck, there's a lot to do. District, Hammersmith and City. Beckton. Brixton. Why did I decide to base this on real world data? Does anybody know why I did that? Why did I do that? Why did I do that? I could have made this a fictional world. It would have been so much easier. Wait, I haven't added my platform for the Victoria line. It still bugs me that we have Victoria line but not Victoria Station. But then again, we've got Piccadilly line and we don't have Piccadilly Circus. So like, I have to draw a line somewhere. I can't. I mean, what am I going to do? At every single station in London? I don't think so. This is fucking bad enough. Chesham. Cockfosters. Wait, Cockfosters. Piccadilly, which we now spell correctly. Okay. Ealing, Broadway, District and Central.
One thing goes, the captain can always change the course of his ship at any time he wants to do that.
I'm committed now. I won't pull out early. Sounded weird. North. Northern. Edgware. Elephant Castle. Bakerloo. Northern. Elephant Castle. Bakerloo. Northern. Epping Central. Eastern Northern Victoria. Harrow and Wealdstone, Bakerloo. All Heathrow is only on Piccadilly. High Barnet is on Northern.
Peaky QuickTime 787 asks, if you were the captain of a sinking ship, would you stay on the ship and go down with it, or would you flee the sinking ship with your passengers, Cappy?
I'd throw you overboard and save everyone else. Districts. I'd use you as a flotation device. King's Cross. Is that what you wanted to hear? King's Cross is on Metropolitan. Northern. Circle. Victoria. Holy shit. And Hammersmith and City. Lewisham is on Docklands. If I can spell it. Liverpool Street. There's a whole fucking bunch of them. Metropolitan. Central. Circle. Hammersmith and City. Mill Hill East is on Northern. I forgot to add these platforms. Mill Hill East, Northern. Modern, Northern. North Woolwich.
We all the common knowledge, if you put water inside the train tunnel, then unlike the steam days it would completely stop and the train wouldn't move at all, so basically a standby train waiting to leave the station.
Oxford Circus, Central Bakerloo, Victoria. Central. Wait, did I add that one? Yeah. Central Bakerloo, Victoria. Paddington. I need to add those. Central Bakerloo, I could have actually made these dynamically assign themselves by name. As long as I get the spellings and everything right, I could have made these auto-assign themselves. I still have to do that anyway up to a point, but I'll use a recursive transform. Yeah, auto-child adding probably, which is the way I normally do it. Hammersmith and City, District, Circle, Bakerloo. We're almost there now. Well, kinda. I did these ones. Hammersmith and City, District, Circle, Bakerloo, Richmond, District, Stanmore, Jubilee. This fucking thing is going to be huge. Stratford, Central, Jubilee. I don't know, it's just like I said, this could be the stupidest project I've ever made. Like, it's cool going from one station to another, but how long is that cool for? A couple of stations. I got like 40 stations. Like, I'm like, if somebody, like right now, even if this is how you know whether you've got a good idea or not, right? Is when it comes to white box testing. If the thought of testing every single scenario you've built at least once, maybe hopefully several times, if the prospect of that sounds daunting, you need to redesign your game. Your game's shit. If you as the developer think it sounds daunting, so do I think it sounds daunting to test every single route in this game and go from every station to every other station? It would take me fucking forever for one thing, and it would just be boring as fuck.
As I said earlier in the stream, don't doubt yourself, Cappy, as I'm sure you will make it fun somehow.
I'm not doubting myself. It's just some things just aren't fun, or they're only fun for a bit. And that's this. Now, that doesn't mean this couldn't become a fun game. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying it's important to recognize these things when it's true. And so I recognize that the simulator itself, no matter how good I make it, is only... It's not enough, right? It's nowhere near enough, in fact. It's going to be boring, tedious, and repetitive. So that means the game would need lots of gameplay that feeds around these stations. Like, you've got to have a big incentive for you to want to go from station to station. Probably better if your journeys are kept short and as infrequent as possible. And maybe even the game would need some additional things that you could do on your way to and from stations as well, just to, like, not make it quite so fucking mind-numbingly dull. Because you have to recognize where the failure points are, and the failure point in this, as fun as it is to make and as cool as I think it is, it's just boring as fuck. Like, sat in a tunnel moving along a track for hours on end sounds like fucking hell. It sounds like Red Dead Redemption 2, right? Where you just go galloping off on a horse with nothing to do for fucking hours on end. I hated that game. A lot of people like it though. Yeah, it's important to know where the fail points are so that you can address them. Now, I don't even care whether this becomes a game or not. I just want to prove that I can do it and actually do it. But I will also try and see if I can weave an actual game into this that's actually fun. That's the plan. But I'm not really that invested in the idea of will this actually be a fun game or not. I'm more so interested in the technical challenge to actually build it. So it doesn't matter too much to me whether the thing gets scrapped or not, as long as I complete my objectives.
You could always open an area around the station so then other players can have fun exploring a cafe in the area or so forth.
That doesn't solve the problem. No, the problem is going to be spending... Getting from station to station isn't particularly interesting. Well, if kept, it would need to be kept to a minimum, I think. It's like what you said, right? Like fucking, even if you did recreate the world in 3D, do you know how boring that would be? Like, you realize that like 99% of the world is just empty. It's like vast oceans with nothing in it, vast deserts with nothing in it, forests that stretch on for miles and miles and miles. Like, there are only a handful of, well, maybe not a handful, but, you know, there are only hundreds or thousands of interesting towns and cities and places in the world. 99.9% of it is just dull, boring, and empty. So why would you want to spend so much money and tech and time and all the rest of it just to recreate an empty-ass world? Like, it just wouldn't, you wouldn't want to explore 99% of it because it's just boring. There's nothing to do in it. And that might be the same issue that I have with this project that I'm making. Alright, we're down to the last few now. Westminster, District Circle and Jubilee. What is Sunday today? Yeah, I thought it was, but then... I don't know, my mum giving me a sandwich seemed like a strange thing to do on a Sunday. District. Circle. Jubilee. Central. Wimbledon District. I fucked that up. Woolwich, Arsenal, Docklands. All right, we did it. They're all in there. Okay, so now let's complete our data. Shit, what happened to my data? There it is. So at bank, our highest line is district. Wait, what the fuck? Our bank doesn't even have district in it. Wait, what is district? Wait, have I made a mistake? How many lines is that? 1, 2, 3, 4. We have 4 lines of bank, but we've got... I think Docklands isn't there. Docklands Central, Northern, Waterloo and City. Waterloo and City isn't mentioned. Okay, Waterloo and City might be a mistake. I think Waterloo and City might be district. So there's bank. Northern. Central. That one says Waterloo and City. So where's district? Oh yeah, district also goes through bank. I think Waterloo and City does go through district, but it's probably not part of the underground. It's probably part of the overground or something. I don't know. Unless it's a newer line or something. Maybe it's a newer line. And it didn't exist when those schematics were drawn. I don't know. Wait, I need to look this up. Is DLR district? I am so confused. So on the official website, Waterloo and City is included at bank. Okay, so the old schematics, let's just try and understand where our discrepancy comes from. We have Waterloo and City, Northern, Central, and Docklands. So DLR is Docklands. However, the schematics that I was looking at said district. Maybe district is Waterloo because it's the only one that's missing. What the fuck is district? No, because district is a line, that's the thing. So why would they say district? Because, well, but district, according to the official website, district isn't mentioned as a line at this station. But on the schematics it was. And district does kind of look on the map like it does run through bank. So now I'm mighty confused. I'm going to ask GPT. Let me just look at those schematics again and see if maybe I misread it. Where was the fucking original PDF files?
Pikiko time 787 asks, did you know in a world of subways game you essentially went from station to station with you needing to get to the destination stop within a certain time limit, doing everything on a train including driving it and opening the doors,
Yeah.
and so forth?
It definitely says district. It definitely says district. Okay, yeah, I've come across a strange discrepancy at Bank. The schematic stated Bank, District Central, Northern Docklands. The official website lists Central, DLR, Northern, Waterloo, and City, which I used to tie lines to stations in my game. Looking at the map, the district line missing from official website does look like it could have a platform at Bank. So would that okay. I've come across a strange discrepancy at Bank. The schematic stated Bank, District. The official website lists Central, DLR, Northern, Waterloo, and City, which I use to tie lines to stations in my game. Looking at the map, the district line missing from official website does look like it could have a platform at Bank. So I think I should add it as the 5th line. Any idea? You are right to spot the discrepancy. The district line is part of the physical Bank Monument Station complex, but it's not always listed on the official Bank Underground Station page the way TFL currently formats it. Here's the precise and verifiable breakdown. What TFL calls Bank Underground Station currently lists Central, Northern, Waterloo and City and DLR as the lines whose platforms are directly inside the Bank name branded station structure. However, and this is the important piece, the Bank and Monument stations are an integrated interchange complex. What? The Monument Station part of that complex serves Circle and District, with underground platforms connected by pedestrian passageways to Bank. So in terms of real rail geometry, you do have District and Circle platforms physically under the same complex, but they are part of what is technically Monument Station, not the Bank Station name itself on TFL's Underground. That is why your map sources seem to contradict the official Bank page. They are conflating the interchange complex with Bank name station. Summary for your game station model. At Bank Monument, the actual platform lines physically underground in the same connected complex do include District. So there are 6 distinct line services with platforms at this interchange complex. Okay, I think I get it. It's because Bank and Monument are technically 2 separate stations, I guess, but it's also called the same thing and it's part of the same structure. Yeah, so, okay. So that means... Fuck. So that means we need to add District to bank. And according to the official schematics, district is the highest in terms of verticality in the network. So its platform depth should be B1.
If you ever doubt your project, then I suggest trying out one of the World of Subways game for yourself before deciding if your project will be fun or not.
Waterloo and City are missing from the schematics. Given that there's about a 10-meter gap between this, and this, I'm gonna put, it might not be correct, but I have to put something. I'm gonna put Waterloo and City at about 50 meters, which might not be technically correct, but I need to put it somewhere. Okay, so in that case, we want district, and I should put these in order of verticality. So we want district. Wait, it's fucking saying central? Wait, what the fuck? The schematics mention central? And the official website doesn't mention central? Oh, but this says that, yeah, central does pass through bank according to GPT as well. Fuck me, how many fucking lines pass through bank? That's insane. Holy shit, so there's not 6 lines, there's 7 lines? That is nuts. That is actually insane. Central. According to the schematics, is the second layer down. So we'd put that at B2. Then Northern. Oh, you've got to be fucking kidding me. Northern's not here either? How many fucking lines pass through this station? Northern, yeah? What the fuck? So one's got to be the bank part and one's got to be the monument part then. That is so weird. That is nuts. But this really causes problems for my game because if that's B1, this is B2. Northern is B3. Fuck me, we've got like 56 stations still to go. According to official schematics. Wait, fucking Docklands now. Oh, this is fucking madness, this. Every fucking line in the universe. Every line in the universe goes through bank. That's fucking insane. Yeah, well, yeah, you can see it does. That's fucking crazy. Wait, would Docklands be surface level? I think Docklands can be surface level. Yeah, let's put Docklands at surface level. I gotta create it first. That's fucking insane. So Docklands is gonna need to be ground. Then B1, B2, B3. We've still got Waterloo and City, Circle, Hammersmith and City, Jubilee and Metropolitan. Are they all really at bank? Because ChatGPT doesn't mention half of
Well,
those.
every line converges on just one train station since it happens over here
Wait,
too.
what? No, some of these aren't right. Jubilee's not a bank. I don't know how Jubilee ended up there. Okay, Jubilee does not go to bank. I don't know where that came from. Jubilee's nowhere near fucking bank. I don't know. How did that end up there, though? That's what I don't understand. Okay, I need to really get this down now. The official website says Central DLR, which is... I don't know if DLR is... I think DLR is Docklands. DLR is Docklands, Central, Northern, Waterloo and City. So let's tick these off, right? Central, Docklands, Northern, Waterloo and City. The schematics mention District, Central, which we have, Northern, which we have, Docklands, which we have, and Waterloo and City was so Circle, Hammersmith and City, and Metropolitan. I don't know where the fuck they came from. Okay, I don't think these lines are here. I think that's all the lines. 2, 3, 4, 5. But didn't it say 6? District, Central, Northern, Docklands, Waterloo and City. And there's no other lines mentioned on the official website. Central, we've got Docklands, we've got Northern, we've got Waterloo and City. We've got... So that would be ground B1, B2, B3. And I guess this one's B4. Okay, I think that's correct now. But I don't know how half of those stations ended up in... listed against bank. I have no idea. That's really weird. Maybe I think I might have accidentally hit paste or something while I was on bank, and it pasted extra ones in or something, because something fucking weird happened there. I was gonna say... Okay, that should cover all of them, I think. Okay, so now back to the schematics. Liverpool Street. We have 2 mentioned on the schematics. But it actually has 4 lines. All we know is that Circle and Met are at 7 meters, which would mean they're at platform depth B1, and Central is underneath, so we could put it at B2. Hammersmith and City isn't mentioned on the schematics. Liverpool Street. How is that what I searched for? What the fuck are you doing? I searched for Liverpool Street and it gives me... Wow, Liverpool Street does not exist. This is so retarded. Who makes these fucking websites? Elizabeth line is there now. Weaver. Central, Circle, Hammersmith and City and Metropolitan. Yeah, Hammersmith and City is mentioned on the official website, so it is there. I guess I'll put it underneath B2 then. I guess I'll put it at B3.
Well, the train system always evolves, so some of the stations on the old schematics might not ever be there anymore, or they could have possibly moved within that time after those old schematics though.
You can't move tunnels, Peter. There are quite a lot that aren't used anymore, but that wouldn't explain missing like stations being on the schematics that aren't on the official website. GBT explained it though, it's because it's two stations in one, and they're treating it as one half of the station that's not technically that station. It's just silly. Even though they kind of connect to each other. Right, okay, that's fine. Oxford Circus. The schematics mention 3 lines. Oh my god, something that finally lines up. Yeah, we have 3 lines at Oxford Circus. Weirdly enough though, we start at depth -2. They're all at the same depth really. They're all at like depth B2. I'll set it the same as the real world for now. But things may change. Okay, King's Cross mentions there's 2 lines there, 3, 4, 5 lines. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Finally things are lining up. Okay, in order of verticality, 7 meters, 15. Okay, so we want Circle, Victoria, pick it. Well, Circle and Met together. Circle and Met together at the top. Then Victoria is deeper down. Then Central is actually at the same level as Victoria. Central. Ah, here we go. No, I'm looking at Oxford Circus. Fuck. Wait. What am I looking at? Right. Fucking look at the right thing. There. You're looking at that. King's Cross. Met and Circle, then Victoria, then Piccadilly. Piccadilly isn't fucking mentioned at King's Cross. Oh, here we fucking go. And Hammersmith and City ain't mentioned at all. I'm going to kill somebody. Why is... Have you noticed it's always like this, though? Like, nothing can ever just be fucking straightforward and make sense, can it? There's always got to be these fucking weird fucking things where, like, nothing ever just fucking matches up. There's always got to be this weird fucking inconsistency with everything. Nobody can ever fucking make things consistent and label things properly and have the information that actually lines up. It's always like 6,000 hoops to jump through just to get fucking like basic information on stuff. It's so ridiculous. Like, this project is already a fucking nightmare, a hellscape. But of course, I have to, like, become Sherlock fucking Holmes just to figure out which lines pass through which stations. Right, I mean, there's a fucking line height, so it probably is there. But why does Piccadilly line does not pass through King's Cross according to the official website? Even though the schematics list it. Okay, it does, but for some reason my simulator's missing it. Okay. Okay, fair enough. Piccadilly, Northern. Piccadilly after Victoria, then Northern. Hammersmith and City is not on the schematics. Is it on the official website? Yes, it is. Okay. According to the schematics, Circle is at B1. Victoria, Circle and Met are at B1. Victoria is at B2. Piccadilly is at B3. Northern is at B4. It's not mentioned, but I guess I'll stick Hammersmith and City at B5. Unless it's an overground line. Is Hammersmith and City an overground line? It's probably one of these lines that's like a bit of both or whatever. I don't know. Okay, well, I gotta put it somewhere. Okay, that's it. We've done them all. All the ones that we have from real world schematics are now set up. So I guess I'll stick everything else at B2, B1. So I'm going to make a tool called Assign Depths. And this tool is going to...
Since advertisements on Twitter are imminent, I will engage in some comical discourse. What does a female snake use for support a cobra?
Okay. So we're going to default the B1 platform depth to any platform that hasn't been set to a depth right now. For now. That may create problems, I'm not sure. But we'll fix problems as we find them. Okay, so let's run that. And it should set all of our empty platform depths to B1. Yeah, it did. But all the ones that were set separately, like bang, should have whatever we set. Yeah, okay, perfect. So let's copy stations. Okay. Okay, that's fine. We need to back the project up. Okay, so everything has a platform and a platform depth attached to it now. And each platform corresponds to a line that passes through the station. So I think the next step is to dynamically set nodes, create nodes at each correct depth. Ugh. Trying to think how this would work. The question is, what are the nodes for? It depends how deep we want to go with this. Like, if we wanted to make this super fucking realistic, which I don't, but if I did, because this is already going to take quite a while, but if I wanted to make it super realistic, oh fucking hell, ah, this fucking recliner fucking thing. Why do they always make them so stiff? I suppose they have to be to like stay up, but fucking hell. You need to recline by the time you fucking push the recliner back in, because it takes that much out of you to do it sometimes. Right. Yeah, what I would actually do if I was going to do this dynamically is look at the depth and the number of platforms, because sometimes there is one platform per depth, in which case you would want to stack them vertically, sorry. And if a platform shares the same depth, so you know how there was some in the schematics, there was some platforms that shared the same height, pretty much. Like these three at Oxford Circus are all pretty much at the same depth, right? I should say. So in the real world, that probably means, you know, these are all adjacent to each other pretty much in the station. I don't know, there's about 1.5 meters depth difference between Victoria and Central, but these two are exactly the fucking same. So certainly Bakerloo and Victoria will be adjacent platforms, right? Speaking of which, yeah, now that I think about it, I think Central at Oxford probably is one below. I'm going to put it at B3 because it's like 1.5 meters below the other two. Now, 1.5 meters isn't the 10 meters we usually see, but it is below. I don't know. Why is there a 1.5 meter difference? So it seems weird, right? It definitely seems weird. It is weird. The whole thing is kind of nuts though, isn't it? Like, to think that, like, every single one of these rail lines, or most of them, are actually tunnels underground London that all had to be fucking built and dug at some point. Even with machines, like, we're talking about fucking miles and miles and miles and miles of tunnels. Like, it's kind of crazy to think about. The fact that people, you know, people actually pulled that off and did it. And it's like, it's a really great transport system. Like, it's really great. Like, it's not, there's no, like, concern about cave-ins or anything like that. It's, but, like, the idea, like, I don't know, like, if you, I mean, if you just went to somebody 1,000 years ago or something and proposed this idea to them, they'd be like, are you fucking insane? You want to what? You know what I mean? It just sounds, it doesn't even sound possible to do safely. Yet here we are. Obviously technology helped, right? Like once we got better technology to make tunnels and stuff, but it's still kind of crazy to think about. I mean, you've seen how long it's taken me just to kind of like decide where triangles should be drawn on the screen, you know, to represent all of this shit. Imagine actually getting a big fucking drilling machine and then saying, right, off you go, mate. So you're at Paddington now. We want you to dig a tunnel. I want you to drive this thing all the way below Westminster or whatever the fuck. Like, what? It's just nuts. It's actually nuts. And like looking at these depths as well is like, I don't know, it's not really, some of these aren't that deep. Like the circle line's only 7 meters below ground. That doesn't sound very safe. Really, 7 meters? That's not very much. Yeah, if somebody would have asked me
Yeah, every
any prior
project can be
knowledge-
crazy, but after you're done with it, you look back in amazement for your project, since it may never have been done at all in the history of game development.
There's loads of stuff like this in games. What are you about? I'm pretty sure the subways in GTA and quite a few games. I've played. There's subways in games, but they're made by teams of people, right? I'm one guy. If you'd have asked me without any prior knowledge, in other words, if you'd have asked me like a week ago, okay, we wanna put an underground subway all around your town. What depth would you recommend we dig to do it? I would never say something as shallow as 7 meters or 8 meters. I would think you want to be at least 20 meters down. I would guess. Now 20 meters does seem to be about the average looking at these depths. But yeah, there's some that are only 7 and 8 meters. And then the deepest one is only 41. That's maybe one of the most surprising things to me, is how shallow some of these are. don't know, 7 meters doesn't seem like very, very far down. Anyway, going back to what I was saying, what is the point of dynamically creating...
How do you think the people got into the Guinness World Record books? Because they did something never done before, Cappy.
Let me finish my thought. But this isn't something that's never been done, Pika, that's what I'm saying. I will probably never do something that's never been done. Everything's been done. That's pretty much true of most things. Like, billions of people on the planet. Everything's been done. The days of being the first to do something are probably long gone. Unless you just so happen to be, like, in some weird field that, you know... I'm the first person to ever speak to a large language model because I'm building it. But, like, yeah, even that... The ship sailed a long time ago. Right, anyway, let me finish my thought. So the point in nodes dynamically created at stations for platform levels isn't necessarily to create the platforms. It kind of is. It's more to create the rails that the trains run across. Then we create the tunnels from the rails, essentially. Well, really the splines that the rails are generated from. And then I will cut sections out of the tunnels to place the platforms. So essentially it will roughly give me the height of the platform that I want to be at. Now, in the real world, these two stations have to be, these two lines, platforms that serve lines have to be adjacent to each other because they're both at 23.1 meters. And passengers need two separate platforms to be able to walk to get on a train at. But this is a video game. So I'm happy to just have one platform at one level that serves both lines. And I can literally just display a menu and say, which line do you want? Or the thing will automatically pick the line. So, like, I'm not too bothered about not really having a physical platform that serves multiple lines at the same height. I think that's overkill for what I'm trying to do. But I do want separate platforms for each separate height of rail level, because that's kind of needed to transport the player through the tunnels to the destination. That's the main reason why. Even that's not really needed. I could have built this whole thing flat at one level and then just cheated and switched everything off that you're not currently traveling, and that probably would have been fine for the most part. But you know, this is me trying to somewhat challenge myself and see exactly what I can pull off. So yeah, I think what I'm going to do now is show ChatGPT let's start to flesh out the script that we want to make. So I'm going to call it platform nodes. Shut up. Right. Platform nodes. So we're going to go through each station, get each platform. Platform get platform equals get component platform.
Don't you worry, I had my fun in deep space done before yesterday was over. It was off my phone.
Don't know the world position will work though. I'm not sure where to put it actually. I think I should actually put it Okay. Okay. Yes, you already have almost everything you need. You just need to instantiate a primitive sphere, set its transform correctly, and optionally label or scale it so it is usable as a node marker. Below is a clean editor safe implementation that does exactly what you described. Key assumptions based on your code: station transform, horizontal reference, platform depth y offset, absolute y in world space already computed, one sphere per station and per platform. Spheres are organizational debug nodes, not gameplay colliders. Okay. Doesn't really hurt me if it's got a collider on it though. Stop renaming my fucking classes, you piece of shit. What are you doing to me? Why is that there like that? You fucking making a mess of everything, Jibbity. You're making a mess of everything. Okay, what we should get now, I'm going to make a platform nodes. I could fucking type. In between lines and stations. I set that as the parent. And we're going to run the script. And what should happen is we should get Unity's being a buggy fucking asshole right now. Give me a sec. Let's reopen it. I think it's because I left. I don't know actually. Why is that now suddenly fucking complaining? Oh, because we reorganized everything so it lost its references. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Okay. Okay, so we are underground, so that should be the node for Amersham's platform nodes though says it's at negative 0.27. Shouldn't it be at negative 25? There's no way that's negative 0.27. Even though it says it is. I think when it was re-parented... Yeah, so we can see banks here. Oh, it's because it's got a weird scaling on it. Ah, that's kind of weird. Why has it got weird scaling? Did GBT fuck with my scaling? Yeah, fuck off. GBT, you are such an asshole. Do what I say and only what I say. That's what's fucking our... That's what's fucking our maths up. I want to be able to see that the maths is working properly, but you're fucking with it. Piece of shit. Don't do something unless I ask you to do it, Jibbity, you piece of shit. It's still got weird scaling though. What? I mean, it's sort of working, right? Because if we look... If we look at bank, these should descend in order, right? You can see the hierarchy there. So you can see that this is B1. That's B2. That's B3. That's B4. That's B5. Oh, what the fuck is that then? King's Cross, Hammersmith. Really? Because that kind of looks like it's part of bank. That's not fucking King's Cross. King's Cross is over here. Oh, wait a minute. They're all at the same location. Yeah, I know why. Because they all come from the same mesh, that's why. Yeah. It's a static mesh. We can't get station position from stations because it's all one static mesh. Fuck. Yeah. I guess the next thing I would need to do is create like a rough marker of where each station is meant to be. So probably the only one that's worked is Baker Street. And the reason Baker Street worked is because it doesn't use the same static mesh as everything else. So it was actually able to line it up with Baker Street probably. Yeah. Whereas every other one is going to be at the same place. Which is like 000 in world space, which happens to be here, sort of in the middle of the circle line. Yeah, that makes sense. So I'd have to map out all the stations. Oh, it's kind of annoying though. Ugh. Fucking hell, I cannot do this fucking chair today. I just haven't got the strength.
One saying goes it might be called circle, but it isn't really a circle.
Right, I need a break. I'm actually gonna die. Why the hell are we having dinner so late today? I don't get it. It's like 3:45. We haven't had dinner yet. God knows. Alright, I need a break. So next job is I need to basically mark where all these station texts are, create a separate game object so that it can inherit world space, feed that as the station position, and then my level spawner will work and line them up with the stations. And then I have nodes for each platform labeled so I can see when I generate my circle line, I know to connect the circle line's node to the spline so that it
Okay, Cappy,
comes
have
to
a
the
nice
right
Sunday day,
place.
and I'll see you next time then.
So yeah, this is coming together. It's coming together. The verticality really does complicate the situation a lot more. But we've proved that it can work because we did 3 levels of verticality already with our rails, right? We had this railway run underneath this tunnel run underneath this one, and this one runs over the top. The circle line runs over the top of everything else. Yeah. So we've got like ground, first floor, second floor, or if you will, minus like B1, B2, B3. Except these weren't calculated properly. These were just kind of guesswork. It was mainly a test case scenario. But we're going to actually like unify it now so that we can control things better. If we have weird intersections and issues, I have 2 options. I can either try rerouting them on a different vertical layer, or I could just cheat and switch off the, you know, the geometry that's fighting with other geometry whenever we're on a specific route. And that's especially easy to do inside of tunnels because you can't see shit when you're in a tunnel anyway. Right, when you're in a tunnel. When you're in a tunnel, all you can see is this. So, who cares? Let's make sure our train simulator still works. Central. Oh, what the fuck? Central's lost its... Yeah, also... Ah, shit. The routes have lost their references now. Oh, god damn it. Oh, no way. All routes would have lost. I've lost all routes, haven't I? Oh, it took me fucking ages to do all that. I gotta do it all again. And why didn't I think of that? Oh, fuck. Oh, no. Okay, I'm gonna have to restore from backup. What I'm gonna have to do is dump out the data from the backup. Oh, fuck me. This is what happens whenever you fucking change things structurally. I'm going to have to go into the backup. I'm going to have to iterate through all the journeys and all the routes, log them down onto a text file, and then I'm going to have to painstakingly remap them all back in again and wire them all back up again. Shit. That sucks. I suppose that is the downside of doing things this way, I have to admit. Is there not a better way of doing it? But I don't understand though, right? Because the references, the station should, the link should have retained though. Because I copied the hierarchy that was pre-linked. Now I can understand if I change the class, but here's the kicker,
some
right?
have a backup and no backup and another backup and so forth.
Number one, I haven't actually finished the conversion yet. Because I haven't actually removed the old... I haven't actually changed each station to list its platforms instead of its routes. Instead of its lines, sorry. I haven't actually finished that conversion yet. It still links the lines. So stations haven't changed. So the fact that my links to stations broke doesn't really make sense. Oh my god, I can't stop yawning. I need a break, that's why. Pain. Pain. Also, when was my previous backup? Was it before I added Baker Street? Because if it was, then I'm going to have to add all those new Baker Street routes in manually again as well. Oh my god. Oh, you could stop fucking yawning! My last backup was at like 10:51. There's no way. 11 o'clock this morning. How? There's no way. 11 o'clock this morning. 5 hours ago. There's no fucking way, dude. Fucking hell.
Could be auto backup.
Is it before Bakerloo was added? Yes. Fucking great. Oh my god. Well, that fucking sucks. I just set myself back by like two or so hours. It's gonna take me like a couple of hours to get caught up again. Fuck. It is what it is. I should have checked it really.
Streamilman says, at peak QuickTime 787. Play Compile has been streaming for 5 hours 45 minutes.
Bye.